What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Bald and Bearded channel. I'm your host, Sean. Tonight we are playing Balatro. Balatro, yes. Hidden behind this card here is an ace. As you can see, it shows a little lock symbol. Let me go ahead to the gaming screen so it's easier for you to... Whoa, what? When did that happen? What the fuck? Okay, hold up. That's weird. So you can see here it shows the actual resolution is 4K. Weird. Let's see if I can fix it by making it forced to full screen instead of borderless. No, okay. Interesting. So it looks like my source might have, for some reason, be rendered at a lower resolution. Let's see. It's not. What the fuck happened? That is so weird. Again, we don't change anything from yesterday and something weird happens. Properties. Sorry. Just have to figure this out. This makes absolutely no sense to me. Don't understand. So weird. Okay, well, whatever. That'll fix it, and I feel like it's going to be jacked up the next time I load any other game. But... yeah, let's do this. Let me lower the volume of that. Okay. Well, that was unexpected. I've never actually had that issue before. So I want to go back to borderless because it'll allow me to switch between my monitors easier. Okay, so this game is a card game roguelike. Very unique. Not something that I've ever played before. I know there are other card game roguelikes, but I have either played card games before or roguelikes, usually not one and the same. So basically, if you don't understand what that means, you can have a variety of decks. So let's see. Why is this? Wow, my cloud save is like way out of sync on my system here. All right, let's do a new run. Okay. Let's make sure it's got all my... yeah, okay. So the red deck is the starter deck. And yeah, it's not showing that I completed this. Holy fuck. Let me close this out. We're running into all kinds of issues. Jesus. Let's see if I can get this cloud corrected. So cloud syncs being out of sorts is pretty problematic because in this game, your progress is everything. Like what you've done in previous runs makes all the difference. Let's see if it shows up properly this time. That's probably why it wasn't showing. Oh wait, yeah, no, show. All right. Yeah, this is making me nervous that it's fucking regressed me. This is fucked. It's not showing that I completed the red deck, which is honestly the hardest deck to complete. Why is it not showing me that? All right, let me get out of here. Can we ever have a stream that doesn't have some fucked up shit going on? Is that possible? Is it possible? Let's go to the chatting screen for a second. All right. I'm gonna load up my Steam Deck. Boom. Yeah, I'll play it on here. You guys can watch me just stare at the. All right. Local save is what I want. Your save data in the Steam cloud will be overwritten using the files currently on this device. Yes. Let's see. The reason this can happen with the Steam Deck is because the Steam Deck doesn't actually turn off most of the time. It'll hibernate. And so, like, if you keep the game open, which is the normal behavior, like, I'll be playing the game and I'll press the power button and put it down, and so it just sleeps, and it really does a great job with battery longevity like that. So you typically don't care to turn it off. That way you can pick it right back up, press the power button, and you're right there in the game and playing again. But sometimes when you do exit out of the game, the cloud save, the push to the cloud, doesn't instantaneously happen. So if you don't like let it sit there for a second before you power down, it still won't push that cloud save. So the cloud save on my computer here was like way behind. But let's see. Let me look at the red deck. Yeah, and so you can see. I don't know. You can't really see that, but that little like yellow dot there, that is my red deck, and that is the gold coin, which means I've completed that deck. So let me quit out of this now. And okay, it says the cloud save is good. Now let's go into. I'm actually just gonna force close Steam on my desktop and then launch that again. Okay. We'll see what happens. All right, this is good because it opened up in the blue deck, which is what it does on my Steam Deck. Because that's the deck that I'm working on. Okay, cool. Now you can see it's correct. All right, so yeah. When you look at the red deck here, this is the first deck you start with, right? And so it tells you what's different about the red deck in this section here. So +1 discard every round. You have X amount of hands. A hand is a poker hand. So pairs, 2 pairs, 3 of a kind. All of that stuff will be explained to you inside the game when you're playing it if you're not familiar. And then you have X amount of discards. Discards are how many times you can dump some of the cards within your hand, up to a maximum of 5 cards. So you will do that in order to try to draw more cards from your 52 card deck to then make better poker hands, right? Now, there's all these little nuances and systems within the game that can make that good or bad depending on what you're trying to do and what deck you have. So there's a variety of different decks, and there's also a variety of different poker chips, aka stakes, which add different difficulties to it. So think of these as like hard modes. So the white stake is no additional difficulty. You keep moving up a different level of difficulty at a time, different colored poker chips. And so different levels, when you have the red chip, don't give you any reward for beating them, etc., etc. So like the difficulty just keeps climbing, more penalties. And when you're doing the gold stake, all previous debuffs apply. So this is why it's extremely difficult the deeper you go. The reason that the red deck is probably the hardest to get the gold chip completion is because all the subsequent decks favor you in different ways. So like the blue deck gives you +1 hand every round. The yellow deck, you start with more money, and economy in this game is massive. That's how you get things rolling. If you have bad luck with money in the game, you just can't win. So there's, like I said, there's subsystems in the game that make everything flow, make everything work. The green deck, at the end of each round, $2 per remaining hand, $1 per remaining discard, earn no interest. So when you have X amount of money in the game, you earn interest on the money. It's capped, so you can't just like be a billionaire, but this green deck eliminates interest, and you get more money per round based off of how many hands you have remaining to play or how many discards you have remaining to play. So what this does is it encourages you to spend heavy and often. So you will become powerful because you know that conserving your money isn't an option, right? In other decks, you have to play very differently. So each deck has its own type of benefit, pro and con, right? Like the black deck, you get an extra Joker slot. Joker slots are essentially, you get 5 Jokers and you have to buy them. That's why the economy matters. And Jokers will impact you in very different ways. So the Jokers basically will dictate what type of card hands you're trying to play. Lots and lots of complexity in this stuff, and this is why it's really enjoyable, also addictive, because whenever you swap to different decks, your playstyle is completely different. I could go through all of these decks, but that would get boring to you very quickly. But just to cap it off, the last deck that you unlock is the erratic deck, and this is just 100% random. You have 52 cards in a deck, and you could literally end up with 52 aces, 52 ace of spades, or you could end up with a perfectly normal deck and anything in between. So it is truly erratic, and this is why, like, this deck is probably the most fun because you never have any idea what you're getting into. So like if you wanted to play this like on live stream, this is probably the best deck to use because it's always going to be unique. You're always going to have a true RNG roll of the dice run that to start with, and you can't ever come in with a plan. Now, you immediately get to see what your deck has in it, and so then you can start making your plan and decide how you're going to go after things. So if I wanted to do this on the white stake, which is no increased difficulty, I'm not going to play it this way, but I'm going to show you. Hey, what's up, Kyle? I saw you there, but I was in the flow. So basically on your first level, this is what's called the small blind. Each small blind is ante 1, big blind, and the boss. So each ante of the 8, if you beat the 8th ante, you've technically beat that run, but it can go on infinite afterwards if you choose to, and it keeps scaling drastically, so it becomes super impossible later on. So you can go from small blind, big blind to the boss, and then it goes to the next ante. So if you want to see your whole deck, you click view deck, and this is what I mean by random. So you can see immediately that we have very few club cards, right? So I would immediately say, okay, I don't want to make any type of decisions with my potential Joker cards that benefit a club or a flush. Not a club flush, for example. Now because we have less clubs, we have more diamonds. Then we can look at how many of each numbered card we have. So we have a huge number of aces compared to the other options here. Having more aces is usually a good thing because there are some jokers that affect aces in positive ways. Also, aces have an 11 chip value, which is the highest base chip value. Face cards have 10 chip values. So king, queens, and jacks are all the same chip value. Also, the number 10 card is a 10 chip value as well. Then all the regular numbered cards have the same value that they show on their face there. So 9 is 9, 8 is 8, etc., etc. So think of like blackjack scoring when it comes to numbers on the cards. All right. I think just getting into a normal game will be the best way to kick things off. And we'll start with just the basic deck, just so it's easy to understand what's happening. And then after I've played like a match or two, we'll go into the complex stuff. So, like I said, red deck is the most difficult because it doesn't give you anything, like there's no bonus to the deck. The other decks have rarities and bonuses to them, but the chips, the stakes, the colored poker chip, if I change those, it adds difficulty and they stack on each other. So here I'm on the 4th tier difficulty, so the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st tier difficulties all add up. They continue on. So it's like perks when you're a member. Okay, so let's just jump in here. All right. So there are things called skip blinds. Typically, you do not want to skip a blind because the blinds are how you build your economy. Remember, I said economy early is huge. So what it's telling me here, to beat the small blind, I need to score 300 points. I have 4 hands to do so. I have 4 discards available to me. Usually I would have 3, but the red deck's inherent bonus is to give me an extra discard. So when you have more discards, what that tells you is that you have a higher percentage chance to go for more difficult to draw hands. So like 4 of a kinds, straight flush, things like that. Those hands will pay you more than like a bunch of smaller hands combined. So that's where the risk reward comes from in the red deck. And this is why it's much more hard to do well with this hand or with this deck, because you go fishing for those big hands because you're forced to, right? And it's still hard to get those. Even if you have 1 more discard, it's still very difficult to get those. So your economy is huge. So you can start shaping your deck and your opportunities to get deeper and deeper into the game. So then you can get lucky. You can start buying the jokers that you need, and you can end up crafting and molding your deck in a way that'll suit your needs. You'll see that as we go. But skipping blinds is rarely worth it. We will run into scenarios where skipping a blind makes sense, but probably not in this run, and possibly not in any run today. It is one of the few times I'll skip a blind is if I see there's a negative joker available. A negative joker will take a joker that I have, make it negative, meaning it doesn't count towards my number up here. So you'll see 0 out of 5. I have 0 jokers right now. If I had 5 jokers and I saw a negative joker available, it's good incentive to take it, because then I can get a 6th joker, right? So unlikely we'll be in that scenario, but it is, in my opinion, the one time that I will typically skip the blind. All right, so let's just start it up. Also, there's like lots of settings within this game where you can have different visuals and the screen shaking and all of this shit. I turn the animations on like super fast because I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm just playing the game to play it. So I dive through all these things quickly. The small blind of ante 1 is literally the most important round, in my opinion, because you need to get a certain amount of money. You never want to go through the small blind using more than your initial hand. So you know that you want to score 300 on your very first hand. To do so, you have to have a flush with high cards, or you need to have a high value straight, or you need a high value boat, full house. It's the same thing, full house and boat. It's just terminology, which is 3 of a kind with a pair. But if you had like 3 3s and 2 2s, that wouldn't add up to enough chips with the multiplier to make it worth it. I never play with keyboard and mouse, so I'm trying to figure out, okay, run info is going to show us the strength of hands here. So like what you can see, it, like I said, if you have a full house, it'll show you 3 of a kind and a pair. Base value, this hand alone without adding in the value of the cards gives you 40 chips times 4. So this is, the blue number is chips, the red number is multiplier. So that alone is only 160, right? So like I said, if you had 3 3s and 2 2s, 3 plus 3 plus 3, 9, 2 plus 2, 4, 13 plus 40, 53 times 4, not 300, right? So you have to do this math in your head if you want to be certain as to how well you're going to do to start off. These type of things, you will quickly be able to figure out when you've been playing enough, the value of certain hands. Now, the numbers get astronomical. So I only really focus on the math right in the very, very beginning. And then if I feel like the cards that I'm playing are very close to either missing defeating the boss or the blind, or just getting over it, and then you can just bust out a calculator if you need to. But more often than not, it's not going to be that razor thin. And if it is that razor thin, it's probably not something you can do anything about, because you typically will be playing as effective and as efficiently as you can, or you're just making bad choices in general. And I'll probably make plenty of mistakes, but that's what's fun about this game. Okay. You can also look at blinds and vouchers. Vouchers we'll get into. We'll see those in the shop. You get to see the shop after each level. So right away I have a straight here, but this, again, is not going to give me 300 points. So I'm actually going to kick that to the curb. What I'm looking for when I start in the small blind of ante 1 is high value suited cards, because that's the easiest hand to draw for me, is a high value flush. Because I have an ace of spades and another high value spade, those are the 2 cards that I'm going to focus in on. I can't throw away the jack because I'm already throwing away 5 cards. You can only discard 5 cards at a time. So here you can see we got a bunch of high value cards all at once. Now my situation might change, right? Because I have 3 hearts that are of 10 value chips each. That is better than my 3 spades, right? So I've got 7 and 9 and 11. So 10, 10, 10 is better than 7, 9, and 11. So now I'm going to pivot. The other good thing about having King, Jack, 10 is that if I don't get the flush, I might land a queen and a 9, or a queen and an ace, and that is a high value straight that I can still score with. But I'm still going for the flush because it's an easier pull. All right. So at this point, we're hoping for another heart. And there we go. So this right now, I already know we've got high enough value to accomplish our goal, right? So it's telling us the base value. Once we pick this hand, it's telling us the base value already. So we've got 35 times 4, but you don't want to do that part of the math first. You want to then add the chips before you do the multiplier. So instead of 35, we have 10, 10, 10, 10. So 75 plus 6, 81. 81 times 4, you're good. So then you play the hand. And you can see, if your hand is going to surpass the desired round score in one hand played, it'll just start to set this number on fire once it gets to that point. It doesn't do that if you have if I played that smaller straight earlier and then I played another hand to then get me over the score that I needed, it wouldn't do that. And it doesn't benefit you in any way. It's only indicating to you that that one hand that you're playing is now powerful enough to defeat that level. Okay? So if I had played that straight earlier and then I played the flush of huge value, it would show the flame, because what it's telling me is that particular flush was enough to beat the round on its own. Here it goes through the cash out. So the prize for beating the small blind is $3. and then it gives me $1 per hand remaining. And this is why I said it's so essential to defeat the blind with one hand, because your early game economy, you can see, I mean, $6, not a lot. We start with 4, so now we have 10. Okay, this is why it's so valuable, because the vouchers matter early on. Now, usually I'm only getting the voucher after I get my first joker, but sometimes you could be unlucky and have nothing good to choose from here. Now, this is a joker. It's called To-Do List, and it's telling you that you can earn $4 anytime you play the hand that it's asking you to play. It changes every round. Okay, so each blind or boss is a different round. Each 3, small, big, and boss is a different ante. So it's literally like every round is every time I go to a shop and back to the game. Shop and back to the game. That's all a different round. So this list could change. The problem with this to-do list, it could ask you for an easy hand, so like a high card, and you would then want to use as many of those hands as possible to then get a bunch of money. Or in the next round, it could tell you something insane like 5 of a kind. And if your deck's not built up to do that, this joker then just becomes a sunk cost, right? And so you don't want something like this unless you can immediately see that you can make it impactful. If this joker said right now that it only wanted a high card or a pair or even 2 pair or something like that, I would buy this because I know for sure I'm making at least my money back and probably more. But the situation is this: it's asking me to make a full house from the rip. I'm aiming to make a hand like a full house, but the reality is I might not be able to pull that off. And this joker's not giving me any benefit other than income. If I make a full house with this joker in the next blind, it's probably going to be 1 full house only. So it's going to pay for itself. And then in the next round, I may or may not have an opportunity to earn money on it. So this is typically something that I'm only going to buy if I can see immediate impact, because otherwise I need to take a chance on like a joker pack. This buffoon pack here is $4, and it's going to give me an option at 2 random jokers, right? So early game, I'm looking for a joker that just gives me molt. Whatever level of molt that is, it could be a really shit joker that I'll never plan to use for long, but if it helps me get through the early rounds and build up economy without sweating if I'm going to be able to advance, that is more impactful than the to-do list. These planet cards improve the grade of the hand type that you play. So remember when we clicked the run info and you could see the level of the hands? You can boost these levels by buying planet cards associated with them. So the one in the shop is for 4 of a kind. Remember, I said the red deck is a deck that we're going to go for big hands. So it's very plausible that I will start looking to utilize 4 of a kind. However, we don't know how our deck's going to shape up because we don't know what jokers we've got yet. And we need to figure that out before we start buying planet cards. Planet cards are something you want to invest in only if you're forced to, or if you know what type of hand you're going to be hunting the whole time. There's other factors, but that's true for the most part there. This voucher is a great first voucher because it reduces every card you see. So the cards on the top level here, or the booster packs on the bottom level here. Everything is discounted 25%. The other good thing about getting vouchers is if I buy this first voucher, it unlocks the ability to get the heavily discounted voucher for 50% reduction on prices in shop later on in my run. So if I am not smart with my money and I don't get an opportunity to buy this voucher, then I'm missing out on massive potential savings later as well. So I know that if with $10 right now, if I buy this buffoon pack, get a joker that I need or that I can use, I should still make enough money in the next round to then buy this voucher. What I do know for sure is if I buy this voucher right now, that'll consume my entire bankroll. I'll have $0, so the discount won't matter right now. We'll go into the next round with no improved benefit, but we'll still be requiring like 450 chips to win that round. There's no hand that I can make that'll give me 450 chips besides 4 of a kind or better. That's a tough ask, right? For not having any deck set up or anything yet. So if you go for this right now, you're basically asking for failure. Okay, so this is kind of funny. So this X2 Molt, if played hand contains a flush, this is decent. This is a decent card. It's a rare card, so you would think, oh, that's great, right? But because we don't have much multiplier built up, and this gets really confusing for new players, right? So here is the chip value. So if we had, like 4 kings, that would be 40. And then the multiplier is whatever 4 of a kind is. So we'd have 4 of a kind. So we'd have 40 for 4 kings plus 60 for the base value. That's 100. The base value multiplier of 4 of a kind is 7. So that's 700 points, right? What this thing does is it just multiplies that mult number, so 7, by 2. So you would have a mult of 14. Now, the reason that this card kind of sucks early on is because there's so many other cards that'll give us more mult, that our mult is going to be so low because we don't have anything adding to that multiplying our total mult by 2 is shit. But it's still better than like this. Chaos the Clown gives us a free reroll once per shop. This could be good, and it's not a terrible card, but it doesn't help us right now. So we're forced to take this. And it's okay. I just want something that improves our score. So now, I'll describe this a little bit further once we get into the next hand. But this standard pack, again, I don't want to spend money on this. This is more of like a luxury type buy. I don't want to spend my money on this until I know what I'm looking for. And even then, standard packs or just card packs in general are so random and so much RNG that unless you're just looking to spend money, it's usually something you want to avoid. So you will see me buy these much less. Now, there are certain things, certain jokers that will influence you to do things like that. And we'll see them and I'll point them out to you. All right. So after we did that, we're going to go to next round. The skip blind here, again, you're really not going to see me talk about this much because this is a bad idea for the most part. Now, I could learn a lesson at some point. I'm sure there's people that like know life this stuff and know way more than I do. But from what I can tell, you usually want to skip, you usually want to ignore the skip blinds. Again, there's like achievements you can go for that will entice you to do stuff like this. But for your general best value opportunity, you want to focus on earning income more than skipping out on the earning potential. All right. Now remember, before I had this joker, I was telling you that in order for me to defeat the big blind in one hand, I would need 4 of a kind or better. Now that I have this tribe card, it's telling me that I'm going to double my molt score. So now I can look at my hands available and see, okay, well, flush has a 4 molt, straight has a 4 molt, full house has a 4 molt. Okay, but this thing that's going to give me times 2 multiplier is for flushes only. So I know that whatever my card value is combined with the base chip value here of 35 is going to actually be times 8 because it's 2 times 4 there. Okay, so we know that if we have a flush of hearts with these 3 cards alone, that is already 31 additional chips. 31 plus 35, right? 66 times 8. We're already pretty much there. So you can see that this joker alone allows me to make a reasonable hand and get out of this round with maximum money. So I start hunting for hearts again. And this is where the extra discard's going to come in nice, right? So on other decks, we'd only have 1 discard left. And I still need 1 heart. We did get our heart, but if we... And here's another thing. There's nothing in my deck or in this run just yet that is going to penalize me or incentivize me in any way to not use this discard. So I could use this discard if I had a reason to. Like, let's say I was worried about that 4 of hearts not being good enough for me. I could still discard these 3 cards. I want to keep my 4 of hearts so I can still make the flush, but maybe I want a better flush. Now, in this situation, it doesn't matter. But I could have other cards in my deck that I acquire throughout the run that have buffs on them. They could have multipliers. They could have gold incentives, things like that. So there are reasons to use discards, even if the hand that you already have accumulated is enough to defeat the level. We didn't improve, obviously. There was really no way to improve. We could have gotten a higher flush score, but that is irrelevant as long as you score at least 450 here. So again, remember, the key is, if we do the math here, that's 40 combined here. So 44 plus 35, 79 times 4, but it's going to go to times 8. So you're going to see 79 times 8. Boom. This is the math that you do like early levels. Once you get into the swing of things, you're going to be crushing the deck if you're building properly to where you don't need to sweat the math. You don't need to think about it so much. But we did good here, okay? Like, this is a perfect example of why we wait to get the voucher. Because without this, I wouldn't have beaten that level in one hand. I would have made less money. So now I've got a card that I can continue to utilize. Would have came out of round 2 with less money. Now I can buy the voucher. And you can see here that this is a great second joker for me because we're already benefiting from going after flushes. The greedy joker entices me to go after diamond flushes. But even if I don't make a flush, any individual card that has the diamond suit, that individual card adds 3 mult to my multiplier. So if I made a diamond flush, that's 5 cards with diamond suit, that would add the number 15 to my 4 that comes inherent with the flush. Remember, there's 4 mult for the flush. So 5 diamonds, that's now 19 mult, right? Times 2, 38 multiplier. You can see how the things really start to ramp up. And this is just early game. This is why you don't really need to think about the math too much after you get into the clear. But you have to attack your deck early on like that. The thing that I have to emphasize with the red deck is a flush is not going to get us through the tougher levels, right? It's going to get more demanding and more demanding. And so this is only something that I'm going to utilize early game. And I'm going to be looking to shift my deck to a more powerful, bigger deck, dealing like stronger and stronger and stronger hands with more damage. What's up, Dano? Oh, man. So let's... I don't want to neglect talking about the Arcana packs because they contain tarot cards. Tarot cards, like, these are the packs that I'm always looking to buy. If a bad Joker was up here, like, we're definitely buying the Greedy Joker. This is a great card for us. But if there's plenty of times where you're not going to see something that you want up there. And if you see an arcane pack, that is very, very valuable. Now, it's still RNG as to what's inside there, but those cards are what builds your deck for success. And we'll talk about that more when we pop one open. This other Joker here, the Midas Mask, any face card that's played becomes gold. A gold card, if it's in your hand, when I say in your hand, meaning like still held as you play another poker hand, if you win while those cards are held in your hand, it adds 4 gold per gold card. There's ways to make sense of this and ways to utilize this. Sorry, $3 if the gold card is held in your hand. Typically, it's not something you want to go after. There's a Joker called the Vampire Joker that takes away the bonuses that any played card has. So if you get a Midas Mask and you also have a Vampire Joker, it can actually be like a super good combination. Then you can get another Joker that makes every card behave like a face card. So if you have the Midas Mask and that Joker, then every single card you play turns golden, and the Vampire then sucks away the golden and builds up multiplier per golden that it consumes, and it just like scales and scales and scales and scales, and it just becomes disgustingly sick. But even stuff like that has its limits, right? And so you would eventually have to move away from an OP Joker set like that to look for something with even more scaling potential. That's when things really get fun. And that's what makes this game kind of addictive, because you're always like hunting down bigger and better builds, better strategies. And again, there's so much RNG that you just can't say you're going to plan out. Like, you can have the perfect plan, but a lot of shit has to happen. So that's where the excitement part comes in as a player. So we got 0 monies now, but remember, everything that we buy in the shop is now 25% off. That Joker was $4 because we bought that voucher at $10 with the 25% reduced price. So if I didn't play exactly the way that I was talking about to get the maximum amount of money based off of what we had to work with, I wouldn't be able to buy that, or I would have had to pass on the voucher and buy that. Once I click next round, that voucher was not available to me anymore. That's why it was so key to get everything right immediately. This sets us up to go deeper and deeper and deeper in this run without much of a problem. Right, these 2 cards. Oh, here's another thing that I need to point out. So you'll see if I hover over this card, played cards with Diamond Suit give +3 molt when scored. What that means is the +3 goes right here. You'll see the multiplier looks different on this card. It's a red box with X2. You see, this is plus, this is X. So the plus always needs to go before the X. If I had the Joker in this order, like, this really matters, and the game doesn't really tell you this. You have to learn the hard way, which I learned the hard way. I used to put my most impressive cards to the left because I just liked that order. But when you have X molt, it needs to go to the right. There's a lot of other reasons you're going to put cards in certain locations, and that even matters in your playing hands as well. And we'll go over that when we have the opportunity. But this X2 has to go behind the +3 because we want the order of operations to go that way, right? So when the flush needs to get +3 per diamond card, so +3, +3, +3, +3, +3, then the X2 happens. The other way around, it would take the flush X2, then +3, +3, and it would just screw you. You get such smaller value. Dan, you ready for some schooling? I bet you already feel like you're in school right now. Yeah, and I'm sorry that I'm teaching you guys to play this game, but because it's the first time I've played it on my channel, I want to make sure that there's like some substance here for people that actually want to understand the game, because I probably will play it in the future, and I'll just be able to say, like, go back to my first stream Just watch it. You'll learn a lot, and you'll get to understand what I'm doing. All right, so we got no money. We can't do anything in the shop. You can go negative. You can get a joker that's a debt, like a debit card. It allows you to go in $20 debt. It's not good, but it can get you out of a jam. All right, so this is the boss. The boss is the club. It's different. It's random. This guy negates club cards. Now, this is something you want to get in the habit of whenever you play this game. Any run that you start, whenever you've got access to a new ante, you want to identify what the boss is. What boss are you going to face in a couple blinds? So you defeat the small blind, you defeat the big blind. That's what we've just done. Now we're up against the ante 1 boss. If I had a greedy joker, but it was for clubs, and I bought that, and I wasn't aware that the boss just literally shit on my clubs and took them and just completely made them worthless, I would have almost certainly just lost the run because I wasn't paying attention, right? So after we defeat the club boss, we'll then see the next ante, and we'll get to see what boss is awaiting us. You have to understand the boss that you're approaching, because the boss will shut down so many runs if you're not aware of what it is. And even still, sometimes you can be prepared and the boss will shut you down. There are ways to negate the boss. There's a joker that negates the boss. It's a legendary joker that will always negate the boss. That's a really good card. It doesn't add anything to like your hand abilities, but it can save your ass, and it's a pretty good card to have if you just want to get to ante 8 and beat that. You would never want that like late game though. Then there's a joker that you can sell to beat the boss, or just to like debuff the boss. So there's a couple options. You can also get a voucher to allow you to re-roll the boss's power. So yeah, there's things. There's ways. Again, this is what makes it a roguelike. You have things to build upon, ways to improve yourself after you unlock things. That's another thing, right? So I can go into my collection and we'll show, you can see here like jokers, 146 out of 150. You don't start with all these jokers. I've unlocked almost all of these jokers. So I'll look here. In order for me to unlock this joker, I have to get $400 in my income, like without spending it, having 400 just sitting there to unlock this joker, right? That's not too difficult to do, but I haven't been playing to unlock this joker. It hasn't been my goal, my objective. So when I pivot to that goal, it's not going to be that difficult, right? But if you're setting up to get a massive amount of income that you're not spending, your potential to do damage to like bosses and antes and whatnot becomes very limited. Like you pretty much have to have a perfect storm. There are jokers that allow things like that. Like here, you can see you get +2 molt for every $5 you have. There's also another card that gives you more chips for every $5 or whatever it is you have. So there's definitely like all these types of builds that benefit from different approaches. Think of it like Dark Souls or something like that, where you can have a strength build or a luck build or a dex build and things. Like it's all the same. You figure out how you want to approach it, and you try to make it work based off of what you've got available to you. This game, you have so much less control over that you just have to take what you've been given and try to push it in a direction that you can maximize it. What you can see here, these chips on the Joker, is it's going to show you the highest level that you've defeated with that Joker. So here you can see my Tribule. So played kings and queens each give X2 molt when scored. This is a legendary Joker, and I've beaten a gold stake run with this Joker, right? It doesn't tell you what deck you were using for this, but it does say that you beat it on a gold stake, which is the highest tier. There's an achievement to use every single Joker and win on a gold tier. that takes a lot of fucking time, and you don't have full influence over which jokers you can get. So again, there's like so many little like nuggets that you go after. This is why these kind of things become addictive, right? You want all this stuff. Like, yeah, I want every joker. Yeah, I want a gold chip on every fucking joker, right? Well, it's going to take me a lifetime to do that, because either I have to sit there in no life and try to like get the perfect scenario and just reset, or I just play and have fun. Right now I'm in the play and have fun stage, right? And so eventually I'll become a psychopath and have every card with a gold chip on it, and then you can just put a gun to me and end me. But yeah, so you unlock all kinds of different things. I've still got a couple vouchers that I need to unlock. So this one is because I haven't actually seen this in my most recent runs. And then I don't think I haven't seen the tier 2 blank voucher. So just haven't had the opportunity to buy those yet. Yeah, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get that on the live stream. I think that might happen. I feel confident on that. All right, let's continue. Okay, so we're going after diamonds. Now, again, if I just played this single diamond 3, it would actually give me +3 molt. I wouldn't have a flush, so this card would never come into play. But it would give me 5 chips +3 for the diamond. So 3 of diamonds, I mean. So 8 chips times 1 +3 molt. 8 chips times 4. Boom. That's just a single card, right? Now, that's a dog shit score. But it's like helping you understand that, yes, this greedy joker is about playing diamonds, but no, it's not connected to flushes. So if I wanted to play the 3 of diamonds with these other 2 3s to make 3 of a kind, even though this card is debuffed, it's not going to completely negate my hand. It'll still count as the 3rd card and 3 of a kind. It wouldn't just be considered a pair, but it's going to give me 0 chip value or 0 molt value if this was a 3 of diamond. So it would, in essence, be 6 chips and then 3 of a kind, so 3 molt. So it'll be 36 times 3, but plus 3 molt, so 36 times 6, just to help you understand what's going on. All right, so let's actually, because we have 3 of a kind here and we don't have any other diamonds, I'm actually choosing to get rid of the higher value cards over here, because there is potential that we could land another 3. 4 of a kind scores high, and then that 3 molt could actually make the big of enough difference to get close to a 600 score. I would have to do the math because I've never tried to do that with such low value cards. But yeah. And there's also jokers that make these low value cards truly valuable. Like there's a Fibonacci joker. So if you know the Fibonacci sequence, it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, ace in this instance. So, or actually I don't think ace plays in the Fibonacci here. It would need to be 13, so that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, it's 1, it's, or no, ace is the 1. Yeah, okay, so that's why I was thinking ace. Ace, 2, 3, 5, and 8. Any of those cards, if you have the Fibonacci joker, good stuff. Then there's a joker called Odd Thomas that'll give you good buffs for odd value cards. And I think ace plays into that as well, 1 or 11. Even though like 1 for the ace, it doesn't apply as a value in this game. So I'm not really sure why they decide to include ace in the Fibonacci. It does make sense why it includes it in the odd, because it's an 11 chip value card. I need to see the Fibonacci joker. I actually have to look this up because it's going to drive me crazy if I don't. I need to see if the Fibonacci joker includes the ace. Where are you at? Where are you? There we go. It does. This doesn't make sense to me. Each played ace, 2, 3, 5, or 8. So it gives you 8 molt when scored. So that's great. It's a really good card. earlier on, you would eventually get rid of it, but it should not include the ace because we don't technically value the ace in this game as 1. So it's really weird. I feel like that's an oversight. I bet you if I hit the dev up about that, he would be extremely annoyed. Because again, it makes sense in blackjack because you have the choice to say, oh, the ace is a 1. The ace is never a 1 in this game. It's always 11. I'm on to you, Balatro. Balatro. I add an L in there for reasons unknown. I think it's just because I thought that's what the game was called before I bought it. All right. Holy. Again, we're going to point out this is where the discards really come in big. We're not getting any diamonds. So it will potentially be quite difficult to get a diamond flush. We still need 4 diamonds. So if we get the 3, that could come in clutch. Okay. We're still getting pretty unlucky here. We've got 2 more discards. And this is where you have to make a decision, right? Am I going to hold on to the 3s? Or am I going to think that I've got better chance to get 3 more diamonds than I do to get 1 remaining 3? To help you understand that, oops, wrong thing. Here you can see I have 11 more diamonds remaining in the deck. I have 2 that I'm holding on right now. So I've got 2 discards that I can get a chance. So that's 2 chances at 5 cards to get 3 diamonds, or 2 chances at 5 cards to get the sole remaining 3. I don't know the math on that. But I feel more comfortable, I feel more confident saying that I would make the diamond flush. The only thing that makes that problematic is if we let go of these other 3s, we're going to have a bad time trying to get a valuable hand. Because we've just been firing shit into the abyss to try to make the flush. Now, remember also, if we go for 4 of a kind with the 3s, this card does not come into play because it won't be a flush. So we want to also consider the actual value of 4 of a kind with 3s before we decide if that's something we can go for. So 4 of a kind. 4 3s would add 12 to the base value of the chips, so 72. We'd only have 1 diamond, so it would make the mult 10. So 72 times 10 is already 720. So that would easily pass the needed score. Also, one thing that you want to consider when you're trying to build your chips and your mult, you want those numbers, the chips x mult, to be as close together as possible. You might think like having 1,000 chips and a x5 is a good number, but having like 50 chips and an x50 is a better number. It doesn't look like it, but if you do the math, it makes a lot more sense to you. Like you'll start getting that, like if you have 100 chips and 100 mult, big. If you have 200 chips, 200 mult, big. 1,000 chips, 5 mult, that starts like, the closer those numbers are and the higher you can get them, the better it becomes. There's an actual deck that balances that out. There's a deck that's really strong and it's really easy to win with, that the more chips you have, it splits the difference. So if you had 1,000 chips and 5 mult, it would make it like 500 and 500 and 500. So yeah, it becomes like massive. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I think I've only played that deck once because it just stomped the hell out of the levels and then moved on. Yeah, we'll have to look at that deck again, but Okay. I have to make the decision to go after the flush or the 3. I think I'm going to go for the flush. I don't know the math on it, but worst case scenario, I could potentially end up in a situation where I've got like 2 pair or even a full house. And as long as I have 2 diamonds in that mix of the full house, I'm going to hit that score. And if I have 2 pair, probably not, but at least it'll allow me to likely beat the boss in the next hand or 2. So we made the right choice. We definitely hit out on diamonds there. I'm pretty sure that it's easier to get the diamonds than to just like hope that we landed that 1-3. But again, I could just continue to discard and see if I can make a better hand, but it's not necessary at this low tier. So let's go ahead and play that. You'll see this set on fire. Yep. So our score ended up being 2,698. Overkill for sure, right? But that's the risk you run when you're trying to go for better hands in one hand so that you can maximize the cash, the income, so that I can continue to set up my hand better and better and better and better. Okay, this is cool because this is walkie-talkie. 10-4 Ranger Dodger. Like shit like that. This is what makes this game really interesting and fun, because now if I bought this, then I would start playing after 10s and 4s, and I would also consider going for like cloning those cards with arcane packs. We'll get into that. That's something that you're going to do pretty much every single run you ever play. This Joker is cool for income building because, like, let's say you were playing with an erratic deck, and the erratic deck started with, I don't know, 10 9s. If I see a deck on an erratic run with 10 9s, I am hunting for this Joker because it's going to give me $10 every round, regardless if I play the 9s or not, if they're just in my deck. But if you have 10 9s, you're also building towards playing those, because you can easily make 4 of a kind. You're going to draw those 9s often. So you're going to be, what you're going to be doing is trying to destroy other cards in your deck by opening arcane packs and getting cards that kill cards. So like if I had an erratic deck with a bunch of 9s, I would be killing off all the other cards that made sense to kill off. So if I had a Joker that benefited from having odd values as well, so I'd have my Cloud9 Joker, and then I'd have an odd Thomas. So then I would start killing off the even cards and maybe the face cards. So my deck would hopefully end up being nothing but 9s and odd value cards until I could really make it nothing but 9s. There's always a plan, right? We are safe with these 2 Jokers right now to go a couple rounds. So this is where I can kind of speculate. There's a spectral pack here. Oftentimes, you'll pull a card in a spectral pack that will actually destroy some of your Jokers by buffing one and wiping the deck of the remaining Jokers that you've got. So opening a spectral pack and using a card like that is really smart when you've got a small amount of Jokers, right? Also, this voucher here is called seed money, and we talked about interest earlier. So after I beat each round that I beat, if I have $5, that's 1 interest. $10, 2 interest, etc., etc. There's currently a cap of $5 interest earning. So if I had $25 at the end of the round, I would gain $5 interest. If I had $100 at the end of the round, I would gain $5 interest because it's capped at $5. This voucher will allow me to earn up to $10. So I'd have to have a minimum of 50 to maximize that interest gain. The problem is, we're probably not going to get to that point to make this immediately valuable. So this is something that I'd like to see a little bit later in my run, but it's still something that I want if I know that I'm not going to be operating at the like very low income level. If I had an income generating joker right now, I would 100% buy this because I know that it's going to scale with me. I don't have any other alternative ways to generate revenue besides efficiently beating the rounds. Buying this joker because I only have 4 9s in my deck means I'm spending $5 to get $4 every round. So it's really only going to benefit me after the second round that I've had it, where I'll net 3 gain. And my income is currently so low that you also have to recognize that that actually takes away from my interest at first. So it's more like a net 2 gain or a net 1 gain at the worst. Depends on how well I do in the next round. If I buy this, I could still get into the spectral pack, but then I'd be at 0. If I bought this, this would very much set me up in a good way to continue my run without worries. But I don't think we need to fear, because making a diamond flush with 4 discards is going to kill the upcoming blinds up until the boss. The boss is the wall, so it's an extra big blind. Oh, we've got a negative tag here. You guys are going to get to see me skip a reward. Skip a blind. This isn't something that shows up too frequently, and we don't need it in our run right now, but it can make a huge difference down the road. So I will, because we're in a comfortable spot, again, you can speculate, you can take risks. There's 2 different times you take risk: when you're forced to and when you can afford to. We don't have to play it safe right now. So we know that we're going to get that negative joker. So that makes this Cloud 9 even less beneficial to us. This is why it's essential to look at what you're facing and what you've got coming down the road. This also becomes less beneficial. But if we don't buy it right now, because we're skipping the next boss, we're only going to get 1 more opportunity at this. We play the small blind next, then we would skip. So we get 1 more shop. I can definitely buy the spectral pack and then buy the voucher next. I don't need either one of these. The voucher will be here. You can see here it says ante 2 voucher. So as long as we're in ante 2, we can buy this. The shop will change after the next round. So I won't see the spectral pack. I won't see the standard. These 2 jokers will be gone. There's always a chance that they can show up, but it's very, very, very low that I'll see them in the next round. I'll buy the spectral here, and then we'll aim to buy the voucher in the next round, unless something we can't refuse is there. The other good thing about buying the spectral here is if for some reason I didn't gain any income, I'd still have 5 and I'd get my my interest, my 1 interest, the same interest as I would get with the 8. So this is great. This is great. Creating a rare joker for essentially $5, it's going to put us at 0. So this spectral would be awful if you had a lot of money saved up. This thing is dog shit unless you're early game, right? Or unless you're just spending money left and right. So we're okay here. The only other way this would have been even better is if we did buy that Cloud 9 and then bought this spectral pack and got this rare joker. You cannot count on that, though. That would have been the absolute wrong decision, and you can't change the way that you do shit because you got lucky or unlucky. You have to approach it like statistically the best path. Red seals are the best seal in the game. What it does is it makes your card re-trigger. Now, Red Seal isn't great on any of these cards right now because I don't have any strong, powerful buffs on these cards. There will be ways to make these cards more powerful, and until you do, you then want to target those cards for the Red Seal. One before the other is really difficult, right? Because you can only get these cards to show up for this pack, for this Red Seal opportunity. So I could throw the Red Seal on this Ace of Diamonds because I know I want to play the Diamonds for a while. Then I could buff the Ace of Diamonds with an Arcane card. So that could be really good, right? The problem is I have to decide, like, that's one card out of my entire deck. So 1 out of 52 cards that would have like significant value and that I'd be hunting for. But I don't need that right now. This rare Joker could be something monumental to and literally dictate how I play the rest of this match. So if you want to look at the rare Jokers, I wish they had a filter for you to be able to like identify the rare Jokers and just only look at those. But they don't have that built into the system. Maybe down the road they do something like that. It'd be cool. But yeah, like you just pretty much go over them and look for the red. And we'll find one soon. I'll just pull up a rare Joker that I know. Yeah, this guy. The Baron. Each king held in hand gives X 1.5 mult. So the rare Baron, or the rare Jokers, I'm not really sure if there's a bad one. I know there's like ones that are much better than others. But yeah, I'm trying to see if there's one that just like really sticks out. Yeah, so like Campfire, I'm not a big fan of because it resets when the boss blind is defeated. So I'd be sad if I got this. I wouldn't really care about the Ancient Joker. Baseball card is a really good one for like a decent part of your run, assuming you get uncommon Jokers to pair with it. I can't believe Lucky Cat is uncommon. This Lucky Cat is one of my favorite cards. It's one of the most fun cards to have with the right deck because it's all RNG. You're just getting like lucky cards. Lucky cards are an enhancement to any card. You can see it says 1 in 5 chance for plus 20 mult or 1 in 15 chance to win $20. You pair that with other Jokers that allow your luck, like your 1 in X chances to increase. So there's like a fuzzy dice Joker, I think. And then there's other Jokers that will allow your cards to hit multiple times. So you could have a deck full of lucky cards with fuzzy dice, the Lucky Cat, all this shit. And the cards, like when you play a hand of, let's just say like 5 aces with all luck on them, those cards hit like 5 times in a row and your income just starts slamming, your mult starts slamming. It becomes like super fun. And those are the type of decks that you aim to build for. So when I'm looking at a card like this, like Lucky Cat, if I get Lucky Cat, I'm hunting for that. Like that's changing my deck. This card is really good too, trading card, because it allows you to crop down your deck. So you can pull the first discard of every round. If it's only one card, it destroys that card and it gives me $3. So like again, if I've got a deck that benefits from only 8s, right? I really want this card because then I can start trashing everything else in my hand so it's easier to draw the cards that I want. It's really cool. Yeah, this is actually a tougher decision than I think because I could get a rare Joker that I just don't care for. But the rare Joker will probably sell for like 4 or 5. So even if that's the case, I could just pretend like I just completely whiffed on this pack and just got something that I, couldn't use or didn't want to use. It is tough. to pass on a red seal, but taking a red seal this early before I truly know the path my deck's going to go. Like if I put the red seal on an ace of diamonds and then I get a joker that really incentivizes me to go after kings, I'll never be able to turn that red seal ace into a king. Because if I clone the ace into a king, it's going to get rid of the red seal. So it's just a high risk this early on. Yeah, so I'm going to go with the joker. I'm just more interested to see what we get anyways. Okay. So we already have an example of a rare card here with the flush. Now we've got three of a kind. Now I want you to pay attention to the wording of these cards. If played hand contains, this is what's huge here about the wording. Contains is completely different from is. This card will X3 molt if I play 3 of a kind in 4 of a kind, 5 of a kind, a full house, a flush house. They have a thing called a flush house in this game because you can actually make a flush house. You can't do that with a normal poker deck, but this isn't a normal poker game. So there is and will be an eventuality where both of these cards will be scoring together. Because this is X2 and this is X3, I would have the X3 to the right. It actually doesn't matter as long as I don't have something like this in between them. But I just keep it that way because I always keep the highest X molt value thing to the right. So it's easier for me to identify. But yeah, this is where we're at. And it's crazy that this only sells for 3 when it's a rare card, but that is what it is. If I didn't want that and wanted to sell it, we'd be at 3. Okay. All right, let's go. Next round. All right. So eventually, what I'm going to start looking to do when I start opening arcane packs is I'm going to be looking to turn the other cards that aren't diamonds into diamonds. So I could have like 4 9 of diamonds, and then I could have 4 7s of diamonds, play 3 9 of diamonds with a pair of 7 of diamonds, and make a flush house that would proc the flush tribe and the trips trio. So I would be utilizing only diamonds, hitting my flush, and hitting my trips, and all cards would be in play. The flush house is the second highest scoring hand you can make in this game. The highest is the 5 flush. So 5 aces of the same suit. Yeah. So if we were more progressed through this game and through our deck, this would be an okay combination, but it's just we're gonna be using one or the other. One or the other. Like in the last round when I had those 3 3s, I could absolutely utilize this and not chase down that flush and not been worried. All right, let's go for our diamonds. We're still diamond hunting at this point. Whoops. Okay. We're not getting too lucky here. All right. This is where it starts to get concerning because we've only got 1 discard left and we need to score some diamonds. Now, it's not the end of the world. We still have 4 hands we can play, but again, we want to maximize our earning potential here. Okay, we did well enough to get that. Now, let's say if we didn't have all the diamonds that we needed, we could look at this 2 pair here and we'd say, okay, we got 2 diamonds, so that's +6 molt. The 2 pair, so it's queen, queen, 3 3, that's 26, so 46 times 8. Not a huge number, but could be close, right? Just don't want to, you don't want to be in those scenarios. But if we were, we would still have a good chance to skate through. And as you can see, we earned maximum value, but we didn't have enough to get this voucher. Now, here's the lucky card that I was talking about just a second ago. This is cool because the Chariot's actually one of the better arcane cards to get. So I would be sitting here like kind of making a decision on this, but my decision is made for me because we can't afford the voucher. But we can afford both of these cards, and both of these cards would be really beneficial to us. Also, we know that we want to skip the next blind so we can get this negative joker. Not to mention that the joker that we get will be free. So, depending on the quality of the joker and if we really like it, it's a joker that you're just never going to get rid of because it doesn't cost you anything to have, and it doesn't eat into your available joker slots. So even if it's like shit, but it has some kind of benefit, you're going to keep it as long as it doesn't do damage to you somehow. There are jokers that can affect you. And if you're playing with higher stakes, as far as like the chip debuff is higher and higher and higher, then you could totally get a negative joker that would really be a problem to you. And that's when you definitely don't want to go after these, because you could get like a negative joker that is on loan. They have certain jokers at stages that you have to pay $3 for every round. So if it's a joker that you're not even getting value from, that really hurts. They also have like decaying jokers that only last for 5 rounds and then they become worthless. Or they have eternal jokers that you can't sell, you can't get rid of. So if it somehow negatively impacted your hand. So let's say we were going up against a boss that shut down face cards, but you had an eternal joker that made every card behave like a face card. You would just instantly lose because you can't get rid of that card anymore. But you didn't choose to buy it. It was like given to you or whatever. So ultimately, you choose to buy the negative tag. Like you skip the reward and it doesn't give it to you until you accept the joker. So you have to be like, you don't just blindly accept it. You have to, like, there's a potential, very less likely in this type of run, but there's a potential that you go after the negative tag and then the next joker that it gives us an opportunity to grab is something you don't want. So then you just lost money because you skipped the blind and didn't earn income, and you didn't have any benefit from that. So that's when it becomes super dangerous to your run. Losing income on the blind stages is very bad. Now, on the tier 2 chip, you never gain income from the small blind. Well, there's no reward for killing the small blind, but you still gain income based off how many hands you have left when you defeat it. So like your earning potential on a small blind on tier 2 difficulty stage and above, that's when I would highly encourage a negative tag on a small blind there. But yeah, let's do it. Oh yeah, we're not in that stage yet. Okay, so I definitely want the Steel Chariot, and I will want this too. I love lucky cards. They're fun. They're not a good way to approach an early run, but if you've got the setup for them, like I said, the fuzzy dice and the lucky cat and stuff like that, and it's better to have these cards buffed than not having a buffed card. You still have a chance, like especially early on. Like you can see, we've got no money, but there's 1 in 15 chance that if I put this on a card and play that card, that I'm gonna get $20. When that hits, at this stage of not having income, it's massive. Okay. Now we skip that. You can see the little tag down here. It says next base edition shop Joker is free and becomes negative. This could be a really good Joker, by the way. It doesn't mean that it's a trash tier Joker. Base edition can still be a really good one. It just means that it's not in a pack. So the boss is the wall. You can see the blind value jump tremendously. But we've been scoring hands relatively close to that. So even if it takes 2 hands to beat it, it's okay. But also, we don't have to focus on the flush. We could go for 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind, a full house, and those are going to score more than the flush would because of the X3 molt. We also have a chariot card that we can add to another card that's sitting in our hand when we play that hand, and it's going to X 1.5 that as well. So this is where you're going to see the potential, and you want to hold on to this to use it when you need it. So you'll see a lot of people, when they first start playing this game, myself included, will make mistakes. Like we'll start up and we'll say, okay, well, I know I'm probably not going to play this 3 of spades very often, so let me add this chariot to it. And then you just sit there with it in your hand, eliminating potential to draw the hand that you're looking for. So don't do that. Sit here with this chariot, waiting to use it when you've got your flush made, and then whatever throwaway card you've got sitting here at the end, you can add it to that. So there's always like an order of things, like an approach you want to take. I could still, again, put the Magician on the 9 and the 5 of diamonds because that's what we want our luck cards to be on, diamonds right now. But the 9 and the 5 aren't my best diamonds, and I know that I need 3 more to get a flush. So I'm going to hold out until I see what I've got when I'm ready to play my hand and put those on the cards that I want to play most often. Now, we do have 2 9s and 2 5s, both with a diamond. So if we get a 9 or a 5, I could just play that hand potentially and be fine. But only one of those 9s and one of those 5s would be a diamond. So unless I'm playing a full house, I wouldn't be able to put the Magician on both diamonds. It wouldn't get maximum value there. In this situation, I will get rid of the 5 because the 9 is the higher value card, and I can only get rid of 5. So if we pick up another 9 here, it may change my decision on if I'm going for the flush or not. Okay, because we're so close to getting the flush now, I'm going to hunt the flush for sure. Okay, so we've already got the flush. The cool thing about this is we picked up a second king. So I can get rid of these 2 cards alone and hope that I pick up a king and maybe another pair, and then I can pivot to the full house and get big time value. Okay, one more discard. Okay, didn't happen, but what we're going to do is we're going to put the Magician on the king and the 10. You can only buff 2 cards with that one. So we've got the 10 of diamonds and the king of diamonds now buffed. I know that I'm going to play this hand right here. So these 2 cards have an opportunity to either hit plus 20 molt or $20. I think you can actually hit both. I'm pretty sure you can. I believe I've seen that, but my stuff, like, I've got it set to 4 speed, so it goes by really quick. But remember what I said. We've got the chariot. The 8 of hearts is my lucky card here. Now, because I know that there are so many things like jokers and other things that have certain value to certain cards, that may also drive me to consider certain things. I did show you guys the Red Baron earlier, the rare card, that any king sitting in my hand that is unplayed adds 1.5x mult, which is the exact same effect as the Chariot. So I could say, you know what? If the Baron ever gets to be an option for me, if I set up my king that is not a diamond as the Chariot, it would then be a card that would get x3 mult. If I did that to the 8, it wouldn't. So you start to think about the potential. What do I want to do here? Will I ever use the 8 for any other purpose if I've got the Chariot on it? No. In fact, I'd probably destroy the 8 in most cases if it gave me an opportunity to. The king is a great candidate for adding a Chariot to if it's not a king that you plan to use in your hands. There's also a blue seal that I would add to that, so it would give me even more incentive to never play that king, but keep it in my hand when I actually play the hand that I want to use. So because I'm going to add it to this King of Spades, it is going to make my hand, after everything is added up here, x 1.5. So whatever my final mult number is, it's going to add x 1.5. It doesn't matter that it's all the way on the left. It doesn't matter if it's on all the way on the right, because it's not actually being played. It's existing in my hand. So you can see here, 1.5 mult while this card stays in hand. Now, these cards here, the ones that I've got highlighted that are going to be played, if I had a joker that was benefiting me to like play, it would re-trigger the first card in my hand 2 additional times. There are jokers like that, right? And so I would want this card first because it's got lucky on it. Now, maybe I really needed to score a definite multiplier, and I had the 9 with a mult effect on it that wasn't related to any luck. Then I would move the 9 to the front so I could get the guaranteed hit that I need to beat the boss and not focus on the luck. But because I know that we're going to beat the boss, it doesn't matter. I can chase the luck. But I don't have that joker, so these cards aren't going to proc any more than they normally would. But these are the things that you start to think about the more advanced you get into playing this stuff. All right, we didn't hit any of the luck. That's fine. But we got the 1.5 and the X2, which combined 3.5 times the mult, which is why the flush went from going to like mid 2000s to boom 41, 61 and crushed the boss, the boss. So here's our negative joker. This is a great negative joker. It's an uncommon and it's the constellation. So every time that I buy a celestial card, like a planet card, now we've got incentive to chase planets, okay? So we're going to start improving hands because we have this, and every single planet card that I consume adds a permanent 0.1 X mult to that card. I typically like to keep my negative cards on the left. Negative's cool too because it like has this weird looking effect. Normally it looks even more impressive than that. Just think of like if you take a photo and you make it negative, it looks all like rad and shit. This is cool because this card is already like dark looking, so that's why it has this weird effect. But because this is going to continually grow and grow as I consume celestial packs and planet cards, this will eventually be my highest multiplier card. Now there's another joker in the deck that I can pull that makes planet cards and celestial packs free. And again, because this is a negative joker, now I have 4 of 6 joker slots instead of 4 of 5. So this is a great pull. You can always benefit from this card, and it's not taking up a slot. So that was a huge win for us. What's also nice is the voucher is a permanent gain of +1 discard. So now we'll have 5 discards, which makes it even more simple to pull a strong hand. However, we haven't really improved our deck yet. We've got these 2 luck cards and this chariot steel card here. So those are nice, and we want plenty more of that. But we still have the same amount of diamonds, same amount of clubs, same amount of hearts, etc. All face cards and numbered cards and aces, the same amount as we started with. So at this point, we know that we want flush diamond cards and we want trips plus. So that being said, when I start getting the arcane packs, if I can make other cards diamonds, or if I can destroy some of these lower value cards, I'm going to start doing that, because it's going to make it easier and easier for me to make trips and higher or diamond flushes. And the more consistently that I can do that, the safer and better we'll be, and the more I can build and build and build. All right. Yeah. I'm just going to buy this voucher. Actually, we've got a couple blinds to go. Sorry. We've got a couple blinds to go where I'm not worried about the score. And you can see the goat is coming up, so all spades are debuffed. So we dodged another diamond debuff. But I'm not going to worry about this discard, so I can keep a higher income and gain more interest until I want to buy this before it vanishes. So I'm going to buy 1 celestial pack. Now the celestial packs are a gamble right now. You can see the difference in cost. This one gives me 1 of 5 cards to choose from. This one gives me 1 of 3 cards to choose from. There is a voucher that will allow it to ensure that there's always a planet card in there that benefits the hand that I've played the most. In this case, it would be a flush. So I would open any celestial pack and I would always see the flush planet there. Because I haven't had the opportunity to buy that voucher yet, this is a gamble. We could get something that we don't want, but we're always going to use it because, again, any planet card we consume adds 0.1 molt to this. So we should be constantly getting celestial packs and planet cards, even if we find one that we don't want or won't use. So here's a flush one. So we got fortunate. I know that the eventuality is we're going to be going for cards like Mars or better. We won't get the opportunity to draw for flush houses or 5 flush or 5 of a kind until we actually play those hands. Those planet cards won't unlock until we play those hands. But for the immediate future, this flush card will buff all of our flushes. So now you see that level 2 and you saw that impact over here. So the molt here is X 1.1. And then if we look at our flush, it's a level 2. So instead of being 35x4, it's now 50x6. You can just imagine as we improve, it's going to make a huge difference. We've only played flushes. That's the only hand we've played. So you can see I'm fully maximizing everything that we do. We've literally won every level, every round that we've played by only playing a single hand per round. So we've been maximizing the discards, maximizing our income, and we are improving the hand that we need to improve, and we're building around that. So everything's going pretty well. All right. Again, this voucher, I know I can still buy in 2 more turns. The celestial packs, immediate impact. I see another flush immediately, so I'm going to buy that. Okay. X 1.2 molt. Now our flush is 65x8. Every time we level up the flush, what you can see here is it's adding 15 chips and 2 multiplier. So eventually, leveling up the flush is not going to mean shit because the numbers are going to get so high that it won't mean anything. So the planets are massive diminishing returns. Early on, it's huge. But late game, it doesn't mean dick. The only incentive we have to continue to invest in planets, though, is because of this Joker. So, again, we're always going to buy planets because we have this Joker. And it being negative is fantastic for us. I love that. We'll look at this. Garbage tag gives $1 per unused discard this run. We've been using our discards nonstop because it makes perfect sense to use those. Again, very rarely would anybody even consider using this, but there are instances, right? Okay. We did not start with any diamonds. This is now I want to point out that we can gain X2 molt on any flush. It doesn't need to be a diamond flush, but the molt is not going to be that big. But we have upgraded our flush base chips and base molt. So that is something to consider now. If we have an opportunity to play another type of flush, it could still be impactful. Also, we have an additional X 1.2. And we could end up with our steel card in hand. So that would be an X 1.5. And all we have to do is get 2,000 chips. Now, I'm still going to go for the diamond flush, but we'll have 3 hearts to start with 3 discards remaining after this. So if I don't get another diamond or probably 2 diamonds there, I will probably just pivot to a heart flush and take that and hope that it's enough. But realistically, it would probably take 2 hands to beat this round. Okay, here's a perfect example of where we're going to pivot. We immediately have a boat, full house. So we're going to play this, but there's no incentive to click play hand because we can discard some of these and try to get our steal. So we just want to figure out the math here. So 3 8s and 2 kings. So this is 20 and this is 24. So 44. So that's 84. We've got 2 diamonds. So that's 84 times 10, right? But then we have 3 of a kind in hand. So 84 times 30 plus 1.2. I don't want to do this math. But if you just do 8.4 times 3, you already know that you've got over 2,000 there. So we win with this. But if there was any reason to go after this 10 of diamonds to try to get this in my hand, I would, because the potential to go after that $20 chip or that $20 proc, it's not going to matter. We can't play it in this hand. But what we'll do, and the reason I say that is because we're always, even if I discard the queen 7 and 4, the only way that would work out is if we got 3 10s, because we're not going to replace the 2 kings for the 2 10s because it's the same difference. Let me see. So yeah, we haven't seen a 10 yet. Yeah, there's just no reason to do it. I think my math is good here. We'll just play it. Yeah. Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine way to approach that. Again, it's actually good. It's beneficial for me to play this way and to talk about it because it reinforces good behavior. Whereas if I'm just doing this by myself, I might kind of burst through some of these rounds and not make the most out of it. And the deeper you get, these little like dollar here, dollar there, not being able to buy something, then missing out on something, like that's the difference between winning or losing the run. And you might not feel it until the end of the game. It's like watching a basketball game and somebody misses a free throw at the end of the second quarter and they're just like, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. And then you lose by 1 point and everybody's thinking about that stupid free throw. I think about that fucking free throw. Son of a bitch. All right. Now, here is something to consider. This, you would normally not want to have two different flush type cards, two different flush type jokers. But there's no reason to not buy this right now because we don't have, actually the abstract joker is really solid too. We could technically buy both of these. But we do have a celestial pack here that we have to buy. And so that's only going to allow us to buy 1 and 1. So we'll always benefit from the abstract joker. And we won't always benefit from the lusty joker. So this is actually cheaper for us. And it's more impactful right now. If I had more money, I would buy all 3 of these things. And then the voucher as well. So if I spend 7 from the abstract joker and the celestial, that'll leave me with 2. And then we're going to go into the big blind. That gives me $4 and $3 potential. So maximum earning potential is $7. So it would turn out to be 8 with $1 of interest. I think interest is accrued after I'm rewarded that. So I would end up with 10. I should end up with 10 after the big blind and definitely be able to buy the wasteful voucher. All right, let's do it. And again, you see me moving this abstract joker over here because it's a plus molt and not a X molt. So I want that. I want the X molt to the right of the plus molt. And we are getting fortunate results from our celestial packs. All right. So this is cool. We wouldn't have to play a flush here. We've got the steel card. We've got 4 diamonds to make a straight, 8 to the queen. I mean, we could make a higher straight, but we would be using 1 less diamond, so that would be foolish. So this right here, that's 30 plus 17, so 47 chip value. Let's look at our straight. Okay, so that would be 67 plus 12 molt, so that would be 16 molt, plus 15 molt, so 31. So let's see. So 77 times 31 times, these two wouldn't matter, times 1.3 and 1.5. It would be close. So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to fish for a diamond from these 2 cards. And this is me not doing the math. If this was like a do or die situation, I would be doing the math. Actually, it's smart to do the math. So let's just do the math. Let's be responsible people. And for the sake of not embarrassing myself, I will do the math with a calculator. Okay. And then let's do the straight. So 47 chip plus 30 chip. Whoops. So we know that's 77, but we want to get the molt. So the molt is 4 plus 12 plus 15, 31 times 1.3 times 1.5. Okay. So 45.25. So 45. Okay. Yeah. 3,484. Yeah. So this is enough to hit. Now, again, we don't have our lucky cards in there, so I always want to get my lucky cards. If I get the King of Diamonds or the 10 of Diamonds, we're obviously going to use those, either one. And we did not. So we're going to play our straight, but obviously use the diamonds. And let's see. Let's see how good the math was. I don't know if it includes the like 0.25 in the numbers here. So we're going to see. It should come out to 3484-ish. Make sure I got everything selected right. Yep. Okay, so it's higher, so 1.3, 1.5. What did I get wrong there? Maybe it rounded up one of the numbers? King. So 3. Oh. I didn't add the non-diamond value. That's what I did. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is good. We know we want to buy this voucher, so that's just a decision that has to be made. We're not going to skip on that voucher. And that leaves us with the $2 for the Earth card. This is a full house planet card. And again, we're always going to buy planets if we can afford them, because it increases our molt there. So one more planet card, and this becomes a steel card that is always used. And it just gets better and better and better. It's fucking awesome. Now, again, when you have a surplus of Joker slots, like I still have one more slot, if I had the income, I would buy this, because a free reroll in the shop is great, because it can give me more chances at planet cards. It could give me chances at like great Jokers and whatnot. But we are going to have low income because we're always going to be feeding this Constellation Joker. All right, so the boss is killing spades. We don't care. Like, there's a straight here on the board, but we don't care. All right. Two jacks, two aces. We would score enough if we had a full house with either one of those. But because we have another discard, it's probably better to just go for the diamond flush. Again, it's also beneficial to go for the diamonds because we have two lucky cards in diamonds. So I want to hunt those down for sure. There we go. We got both lucky cards. Let's see. There's really no reason. Oh yeah, I guess we can go for the steel card just for the sake of it. And we did not get it, but that's fine. Okay, let's see if we can proc one of these lucky cards now. Again, it's normal to not hit these. The odds are pretty shit. 1 in 5 for the plus 20 molt and 1 in 15 for the plus $20. But when you start adding jokers to increase the chances of hitting these, or if you have jokers that re-trigger the cards so you just get more attempts at them, that's when these cards start fucking paying off huge dividends. So we've played a lot of flushes so far, but none of them have scored anywhere near that point. And the reason that was such a huge number is because we've consistently improved we've added the abstract joker. This constellation joker is adding big dividends. But the biggest reason that was a big score from the last flush we played, because we buffed the flush hand, the base value itself. So this is it's like 2.5x what it started, right? At level 4. With all the other buffs that we've added to it. So things are looking good. This is a great card. Anytime you see a card like Temperance, you just immediately buy and consume, assuming that it costs you less than it's going to give you. So this is just free income. This gives the total sell value of all current jokers with a max of 50. The reason this is awesome is because, like I said, free money. Everybody loves that. But it's also great because you can buy it and hold it. So buy and use is what I'm going to do because I can immediately spend money with this. It's something that I want. But if I knew that I was going to have more jokers and more valuable jokers in like the next round or something, I could just immediately buy it and hold on to it, and it would just exist up here until I have more valuable jokers and then use it. Like there's a joker that adds sale value to your other jokers each round. So something like that could then make this card way more valuable in 2 rounds or so, like doubling or tripling its value. And then you would just use it when you get to the max there. But me, as you can see, we're income starved. I definitely want to utilize this immediately. But I also want to wait and see, is this a joker that I want to buy first? Because if so, then I'll buy it and then use the arcane card to again maximize the value there. Order. There's always an order you want to do things. So the more impulsive you are and the quicker you just like click on shit that you want, the less effective you'll be. This dust card is actually pretty good. It's going to re-trigger all played cards in the final hand of a round. And remember, I've been talking about re-triggering a lot because of the luck cards that I like, right? So if we play our last hand of the round, meaning 4 hands shows 1, so we get down to 1 hand, then any card that we play that scores in that final hand, so if I played a flush, all 5 cards would score. It would do those cards twice. So if I play that king and that 10, it's going to do the king and the 10 twice. So I'll get double the opportunity at hitting those luck cards. The reason that's huge is because, yes, we're losing income by chasing those by going down to 1 hand instead of playing on my 3rd hand. So that's like the inherent income of finishing a round with more hands available. But whenever I hit that 1 in 20 or 1 in 15 chance at $20, it makes up for it quickly. And if you get multiple chances at that and maybe other opportunities to add to your chances there, like let's say you just add more luck cards, you've got 5 luck cards, boom, you're going to hit it. You're definitely going to hit it, and your income just starts ramping and ramping and ramping. When your income ramps up, that's when you can start re-rolling in the shop. Then you can really start hunting to build your deck. Re-rolling becomes huge. So that's why I've never actually had a game where I finished with like 400 plus income, because you're constantly going to be re-rolling to improve if your focus is to do well and score well. If your focus is to just stack money for that, that joke to unlock that joker or the achievement, then yeah, you can totally do that with playing like what I'm talking about. So I am going to buy this Joker because it totally benefits us. And this would benefit most people in most runs. We can put it down here because it doesn't have a molt applier to it. And now our temperance is worth more money. So now we'll buy it and use it. And because of the order and way we did things there, we profited 2 extra dollary dues. Blank voucher. I don't know how to describe this, really. The game says, does nothing. You have to buy this voucher in order to unlock the higher tier voucher behind it. That's what this does. Does nothing, question mark. It truly does nothing, but it enables you to get something down the road. I do not know what that is yet because there have been plenty of times in runs where I could not justify buying it because my income was too low. And I was like, well, fuck it. I'd rather win the run than speculate on whatever this thing's going to unlock. I have not researched what this unlocks because it's a spoiler for me. But it exists and I will buy it because we can afford it. And it'd be cool to unlock it because remember I was talking about that earlier. I said, I feel like we can unlock that today. So let's see if we can pull that or the magic card thing, whatever the other voucher is. And again, we're going after Celestials. Okay, so here's an example of not getting something that we're probably going to utilize. The full house we'll go for. The pair is... So this is where you start considering like upgrading pairs because of this card that we just picked up, this Joker. Retrigger all played cards in final hand of round. I will be playing hands with the pure intent to dump my hand count so that I can get my best possible hand as my last played hand. So I will be using hands as discards. So in essence, I have 8 discards now. I have 5 and 3, which leaves me 1 normal hand that I want to play. So I will be using something like pairs or high cards to get rid of shit in my hand like a discard. So that's where investing in stuff like high card and pair planet cards makes a lot of sense, right? So eventually we'll go from flush to like 4 of a kind to 5 of a kind to 5 flush to flush house, stuff like that. But having things like 2 pair or trips or even a full house, a straight for sure we don't want. Those kind of things become less meaningful. But again, we will use those if we don't have anything better to spend it on. But this one makes sense here. Even though if you were looking at it, you'd be like, why would you want to upgrade 1 pair? That's shit. You're never going to use it. Well, now we are because of Dusk. What up? What up, Pressel? Oh, man. I could never explain this game to you without you watching from the beginning. So there's just no catching up, dude. There's no catching up. You'll have to watch the stream from the beginning, and I don't think you can handle it. I think you'll want to die. It is really fun, though. I love this game. Okay, so we've got $7 dues. Rerolling would be suicide because we wouldn't be able to afford anything in the shop. Maybe like a trash Joker. And then we're not buying standard packs. We've talked about that. Things would have to change with my deck here for me to want to do that. All right. So here's our soon-to-be boss and the 4th anti-tier. All face cards are drawn face down. This will not really impact us besides we won't be able to go for those face cards of diamond. We won't know if we have them or not. The one cool thing to reveal what those cards are, if I have like an arcane, and because I know this boss is coming, this is why I'm talking about this. If I have an arcane card that is a buff, like a luck card, I can buff a face down card and it'll show me what that face down card is because I buffed it. So if I'm like on the teetering on the edge of winning or losing, and I have to know if that card is like a king of diamonds or something, whether I can play it or discard it. That's why you have arcane cards and you hold them for scenarios. You don't always want to use them. It's great to hold on to stuff and utilize them as a means of getting an edge. What's up, Vivi? You about to stab some fools? Hey, congrats on doing so well with all your fencing. It's cool to see all the updates your dad shares. I'll have to come check out an event. I know they're very rarely local for me, but I'm sure we can make an excuse to go check you out. All right, let's go to the next round. All right, so we've already got our steel card. We want to hold on to that. Actually, it's probably not going to matter. But because we have so many discards and so many hands to utilize as discards, I'm just going to hold on to it. If I didn't have the hands to use as discards, if I was only going for one hand, one shot kill for the boss, I would probably get rid of the steel card until I had the hand that I wanted to use, and then I'd be trying to draw it. But we're so likely to get the diamond flush that I don't need to worry about it. Well, that's a great draw. Yeah, so we can just start hunting for better and better diamonds. Okay, now we're going to start playing. So this is only high card, but that's fine. We're going to play 3 hands to get to our final hand. And again, the reason we're getting to the final hand is because we're going to re-trigger all played cards in the final hand of the round. And that's giving us 2 chances at these lucky cards here. So that should easily score us our figure here. Because again, we scored 14K with the last flush, and we didn't have the steel card in play, and we've already improved upon the constellation. So just like everything's trending up, and we're just trying to make the most out of what we have, so to put ourselves in a better and better position each round. You can see just a 10 high scored us 438 because of some of these multipliers here. It's pretty wild. This is the same exact hand, so we know we're going to score 438. 10 and an 8, 10 high. Yep. All right. So this will be the same thing because a king counts as a 10 value, so 438 again. There we go. And now we're playing our king high flush with the 2 lucky cards. And we'll get 4 chances at a 1 in 15 for 20 bucks or a 1 in 5 for 20 mult. We want the bucks because we're already going to hit the value to kill the blind here. So if we hit one of those 1 in 15 procs there, that is a big win for us. There's the 20 mult, 20 mult. Okay, so we hit 40 mult there. Now you can see that 66,000 score when our target was 5,000. We didn't get the money, which is okay. But that we missed out on we missed out on $3. But we're going to do that every round, and we're going to have 4 chances at 1 in 15 to get 20. And we're totally going to come out ahead with those odds, because we're not losing out on. It's a small loss in the short term, but with those chances, we're going to hit 20 and 20 a couple times, and it's going to set us up really nicely. Okay. The Hanged Man is a great card to have because it's going to start trimming our deck. So we're going to start getting rid of like these spades, these hearts, these clubs, and we're going to start with the small cards. We don't necessarily have anything identifying what we want as far as like, do we want more kings? Do we want more tens? Things like that. None of the jokers are pushing us in one direction or another. So we're just going to move towards the direction of high cards and diamonds. And then because that's where our deck's taking us right now, but that's also, that's where our jokers are taking us, but that's where most of the like top tier jokers are going to exist, right? We just have to be mindful about bosses shutting down certain cards and certain decks. So if we get an option to buy a voucher that shuts down the boss, or buy a joker that shuts down the boss, it's definitely worth considering as just a safeguard, because we're doing well otherwise. You like my what? No tip? I love that story. That's one of my favorites. It is one of my faves. Yeah, it's poker hands, but you can end up changing the deck, modifying the deck through like the further you go, the more difficulty it becomes, and so it has to have a way to scale. Yeah, it's just really hard to summarize it in a very quick way. But the Hangman is like part of that cropping the deck into the way that I want it, so I'm definitely buying that. The Fool is great because after I use the Hangman, it then can become the Hangman. The Fool will just clone whatever the last card was that you used. So I will buy this and then use it after I use the Hangman. Or I'll just hold on to it. And if I see another card, another tarot card that I want to use, then I'll utilize that and then the Fool. Right now, the Hangman is great. The Chariot's great. That's what makes that steel card. There's other really high value ones, but the only reason the Hangman isn't super fantastic for us at the moment is because we really don't have a clear direction for end game, what we're hoping for. Again, Celestial Pack. We're going to continue to buy those because our Constellation Joker craves it. We'll go for 4 of a kind here because it's our only logical option as far as later game hands. We're not going to use the 2 pair and 3 of a kind when we're dumping cards yet. Okay, perfect. All right. So I could use the Hangman on these, but yeah, I probably will actually. I'll probably just go ahead and get rid of these 2. Ooh, lots of pretty cards. All right. So we have got our flush. Now we can start hunting for the king. We're just looking for that king lucky card at this moment. There's really nothing else for us. I'm going to play a 7 high. One thing that I want to point out, you got to watch for, so like if we have upgraded our flush, like 1 or 2 more times, it actually becomes more valuable than the straight flush. So you want to be careful of that. You actually, at that point, would want to not make a straight flush. You would want to break up the straight and make it all flush only so that you could score that, because you have, and this is just one of those things you just got to watch out for. You got to know what you're building towards. So like we have a royal flush right here, but the royal flush will actually pay more than the regular straight flush, I think. No, it's actually 10. Yeah, it looks like it's the same. It is. Okay. Yeah, so I would actually not play this royal flush. You can see 100 times 8 or 80 times 10. Now, I would play it right now. What I'm saying is if I upgraded our normal flush once or twice more, then it would be more powerful than the royal flush. It makes sense based off of how the game rules work, but it is one of those things where you're just like, what? That doesn't make any sense, because a flush is a flush, and of course a straight flush is harder to make than a flush. And if you're upgrading a flush, then trust me, as much as I like to bitch about like games not making sense, this does make sense. It's just difficult to explain. There's nothing more for us to chase. There's like literally nothing more for us in this deck to benefit this hand right here. We've got the 2 lucky cards that we've crafted, and we've got the steel king card sitting in our hand. The biggest mistake you could make is playing this hand right now. The absolute biggest mistake you can make is playing this hand. Why? Because Dusk only re-triggers on the final hand. So even though we cannot improve this any further, we still have to play some of this dookie, this jack high, just to get to 1 hand remaining for this card to matter. If I had avoided this and just played that, I still think we would have hit the score, but making mistakes like that will end your run constantly. I've made those mistakes so many times. It's infuriating because you see it in slow motion. You're like, oh fuck, no, and it's over. It's too late. So again, we're watching these lucky diamonds, and we're just really hoping that we can get the 1 in 15 chance. Still haven't hit one. Dang it. Sean Luck's coming out. All right, it's okay. Oh, this is good. So we got a diamond tarot card, and we got a flush planet. So this is a really nice shop here for us. We're gonna buy that. This is kind of why we held on to the Fool instead of turning it into a Hangman, because now I can actually turn 6 cards into diamonds if I want instead of only 3. So this is going to take us to the next progression of what hands we're trying to play. Because what I'm going to be doing is converting like ace, king, jack, queen, 10 of the other suits into diamonds so that I can make high value, full flush, like full house / diamond flush combo hands, or 5 flush hands, aka 5 aces of diamonds. Now, we don't have 5 aces yet, but we will. We will. So these are the things you start to think about. We've got a jumbo arcane pack here. Again, because I am hunting for lucky cards, we want this. Another cool thing about jumping into a jumbo arcane pack is it's actually going to pull up some of our cards and allow me to use the star on that. I can't just open this deck and add and convert these 3 cards to diamonds. I have to draw them and use it on what I draw. I can't just pick out whatever I want. This game would become too easy if that was the case. So even though I've got the star and I can convert up to 3 cards that I select, the diamonds, I have to draw the right cards. That's why it's tough to, when I was talking about the red seal earlier, I could have put the red seal on the ace of diamonds, but then I'd be trying to get the ace of diamonds to put the lucky cards on. Then I'd be trying to hunt down the ace of diamonds with the red seal, with the lucky cards to then make clones of. And it just becomes something that you're hunting that becomes very difficult to accomplish. But when you do, it really starts to ramp up because then you start cloning and cloning and cloning. And there's a joker in here called the Helix that if you play your first card, your first hand of every round is one single card, it will copy that single card. So if we had the ace of diamonds and it was tinfoil version or polychrome, and then it had a red seal on it and it had the lucky stats on it, I mean, those are the ideal cards. Like, you're just like, oh yes, thank you, and then you can just start cloning those, and it's like impossible to lose a run. You'll go deep, deep, deep. But those are dream scenarios, and they rarely present themselves. But this is good. So we're gonna open this, and hopefully we get. Okay, so this is nice. I like this. We've got 4 cards that we'd want to convert, but because we're definitely going to go for the 2 kings, and we'll take the ace. And the good thing about this is, so again, we're talking about order of operations here. If I was to use one of these cards down here, it would take me out of the arcane pack. I would lose access to these cards up here. But because I hold on to these 2 up here, I can use these now and then make my choice from the pack. So we're going to look at these. So the death card is a way to clone. So if I brought my 4 of clubs, after I convert the ace, king, and king, I'll have ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, king of diamonds. I can bring my 4 of clubs to the left of one of these king of diamonds and clone those, erasing the 4 of clubs and having another king of diamonds. There we go. Now we'll have a lot of kings of diamonds, and we can realistically start going after flush houses and 5 of a kind of the same suit, right? So this Wheel of Fortune card is a bit of a troll, but it has a 1 in 4 chance of turning one of your jokers into foil, holographic, or polychrome, and those are just different benefits, like more chips, more molt, more X molt, things like that. You go for this if nothing else here is useful to you. Typically, I'll go for a Wheel of Fortune if I'm in an arcane pack with only 3 cards and the other 2 are just shit. I can't use it. So we're not going to use the Sun here. Judgment is pretty cool. I usually like using Judgment. It creates a random joker. It's a good way to get high value jokers for free. But we don't have a slot for a joker, and every joker that we've got in our rotation right now is being pretty impactful. Yeah, so like everything we're currently using, and it's making sense in our build. The bonus cards from the Hierophant, it adds 30 chips to every card that you buff with it. Good value here. So we're really just considering Death and the Hierophant. So we'll make that decision here in a moment. So there we've made those cards, so that's good. We can take a look at our deck now. Oh, it doesn't look like it updates until we... Oh yeah, it does. Okay. So you can see here we've got 3 kings of diamonds. Now, I could make that 4 of clubs another king of diamond, but what you'll see here, I want to clone the king of diamonds that has the lucky bonus on it. I don't want to make so many just basic king of diamonds. But when that's my only option, and it also gets rid of a card that I'll never use, it's still a good choice. It's not the best choice, but it's still a good one. So it comes down to the decision of, do I want to make these kings plus 30 chips, these 2 kings, I could do that, or do I want to use this death card? The only other thing to consider is do I want to use my Fool on the death card? Because I have to use these cards down here at the bottom. I have to use one of them right now. I can't just select it and have it go into my inventory. Otherwise, I would definitely choose death and then go into the next round and just wait for my king or my 10 that have lucky on it and then clone those. The way that I can earn a death is by using death here and then using my fool immediately after, and it creates a death tarot card. So that's what I'm going to do. And this is why, again, you hold on to the fool instead of using it whenever you get it, because you'll eventually come across a card that you want more, and it's the right opportunity in the right time. So here we go. We have the most kings, so we'll go for kings right now. And then we'll also go for yeah, I think we'll focus on kings for the moment. So you put the card that you want to improve on the left and the card that you want to clone on the right, just to make sure. Select 2 cards, convert the left card into the right card. Boom. All right, and we'll look at our deck again. Now we have 4 kings of diamonds. The one that I have buffed, I'm going to use my fool. Now we have a death card. Next round, we're probably going to see that king. I'm going to turn it into, I'm going to turn some junk card into that empowered king of diamonds. And we'll have 5 king of diamonds. And we'll be looking pretty good working towards our path. With that being said, now we know that we have an entire deck directed towards kings, specifically king of diamonds. And when we start opening, when we start seeing jokers in here, anything that like reprocs face cards or anything of the sort that benefits face cards, kings like the Baron, things of that nature, we're going to go for those, right? So we've started to, it's not too late to pivot to another direction, but that is the direction we're headed in right now. And I want to see, yeah, I want to see, okay. And this is why it matters, because we've got the face card boss coming up, but we also know that we're scoring a lot without face cards. So getting this boss out of the way early before we're relying on only our kings is huge. So we're still good. So we won't be able to clone that card because we won't know what it is. We won't have a way to like reveal it just yet. So we're just going for diamonds at this point. Because I can't take a risk on the unknown cards, I will just be straight up discarding face cards. But we have enough diamonds to be fine. And let's say we were in that worst case scenario where we had only 4 diamonds and we've already done all our discards and played all our hands. Well, we have death. So I can clone one of those diamonds. Another reason why just holding on to cards like this can save your ass. All right, so we already have an ace high flush. The only way we can improve is to get a 10 of diamonds. The 10 of diamonds will then give me, you know, the luck factor to try to proc. We could technically score a 7 of diamonds and have a better score than our flush right now, but realistically, we're good with this. And if we score the 10 of diamonds, there's potential that one of the face cards that's flipped is actually the steel king. I think it's still gonna proc, even if it's not facing. I mean, it should, but we'll see. It's also good because when we play the cards that are flipped, we'll you know, obviously get to see them. And that's good because it's also going to let us know, like, hey, this thing's already out of play, whatever. I don't think there's anything we can do about it necessarily, but it's good info. This will be cool Well, we know it's a face card, but I was going to say it'd be cool if it was another 8. Okay, so there's our steel card. That's gone. But we had to play that because we had to get down to 1 hand, right? So we're here, and this is what we're playing. And let's score some points. Boom. All right, so scoring that on a boss this early on is pretty good. It's a comfortable win. It wasn't as high as the previous round because we didn't get to utilize the Steel King. Again, we didn't get to utilize the Molt factor from the lucky cards. So you won't always score your best in certain rounds or certain boss encounters because of those underlying circumstances. But this is why you play cautious and you start crafting your deck for situations like that. Oh, here we go. Sockin' buskin', baby. We can afford it, thank God. We would be selling things to get this if we couldn't. So here's the liquidation voucher that we're going to be super ecstatic to get after this. But Sockin' buskin', we're working towards face card diamonds. So re-triggers all played face cards. Think of a world, and we talked about this earlier. We've got all kings of diamonds. We are playing king, 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 king of diamonds, all lucky. We've got Sockin' buskin', which re-triggers it, so that's 2 times. We've got Dusk, which re-triggers it on the final hand, so that's 3 times. That's 15 times of 1 in 15 chance for $20 or 1 in 5 for 20 molt. The math starts blowing up, right? There's still other cards that can benefit. So again, this is why I'm looking out for something like the Lucky Cat Joker, the Fuzzy Dice Joker, the Red Baron Joker. Again, this is where you're looking for opportunities to get negative jokers too, because if you can get a negative on one of those, holy shit, it's amazing. All right, but you know what this means? We have to let something go, right? Up until this point, we have not been getting value from the trio because we've only been playing flushes. So we've been scoring what we've been scoring without this joker coming into play whatsoever. So this can be an easy sell here. This will be a valuable card to us soon, but it's definitely one we can replace. And it would be one that we would replace if we found like the Lucky Cat or anything like that, right? And so we'll replace this because we're definitely not getting any value of it right now. However, we will eventually be replacing the Abstract Joker. So you could replace either one, but we will still be scoring plenty enough with Sockin' buskin' and the rest of our build because we're going for flush houses and flush 5. So by the time we get to those hands consistently, we'll then have something to replace the trio. Let's see. Okay. The water is a disgusting boss for this deck because we start with 0 discards. This becomes frustrating because the amount of discards that you have in the red deck is its strength, right? So you just have to be very cautious about how we're going to approach this portion of the water boss. Is the most difficult boss for this deck. It's okay to get it at this point. And as you can see, like the score here is much less than we've been hitting lately. However, we've had all those discards to use to get to our perfect hand, right? We still have 4 hands to go through. So that means we could play 3 hands. Essentially, we have 3 discards to get our flush. And we'll be fine. So again, we're not gonna take advantage of the trio there. But we would definitely be utilizing Sock and Buskin because we'll almost certainly have a face card in there. We'll definitely be using the Abstract Joker. So these are things that, again, we're planning to get through the next boss. And by the time we get to the next ante, we will almost have certainly found a way to replace the trio, a card that we haven't benefited from yet. And again, this was the rare card that we obtained from the from that one deck, from that one booster pack. Ugh. All right, bye bye. There's a lot of stuff in here that I'd like to buy in this immediate go through, but I'd have to sell the death card, and I definitely don't want to do that. I don't want to sell any of these other jokers. If I bought this, the only thing I would still be able to buy in this immediate round would be the Pluto card. No value to us really, besides improving the constellation. So this is the no-brainer choice here. We could buy this arcane pack, but because the voucher that we're going to buy is such a massive card for us, a massive voucher, 50% discount in the shop. I mean, you want to get that ASAP. If there wasn't Sock and Buskin staring us in the face, I would have bought this and not thought twice. But we want to make sure that there's no world where we can't buy this, and we want to buy it the very next round. So I'm not going to buy the arcane pack and risk something going south and not being able to buy this. Otherwise I would, because the arcane pack can be great. I love those packs. What's up, George? How's it going, buddy? So polychrome tags are possibly things that people will skip a blind for. I've considered it in the past. The problem with polychrome roll of the dice there is 1.5 molt is just not that great end game. So it's probably going to be on a joker that you don't give a shit about and you're going to sell it. So it's usually a sunk cost, and it definitely won't benefit us enough to like get us through any kind of tough situation. That would also mean we'd have to sell one of these jokers that we've got up here. And just, it's highly unlikely that whatever the random joker is that's going to get polychromed in the next shop is going to be better for us than what we have here. But we'll see. I'm not doing it, but we'll be able to see what the next joker would have been. All right. We could immediately work on this 10 of diamonds. In fact, I might choose the 10 of diamond over the king of diamond because we know that against the next boss, we won't be able to use the face cards. They'll be flipped. We won't know what's what. If I was successfully able to like get rid of these face cards, it would help us because we would know that any of the flipped face cards that we have are diamonds. But we've got seven non-diamond face cards currently, and there's just no way that we're going to be able to get rid of those in time to be able to reliably bank on that. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and clone this 10 of diamonds because it's always going to be useful for us. So this is just a safeguard really for the boss, the pending boss, but it's also value, right? Remember, the lucky cards are continuously giving us a chance at $20. Now, it's not a face card, so it's not going to proc twice with this, but it will proc with Dusk. So as long as I continue to make that approach, it's going to benefit me in the immediate future. It's only one card, and we'll have other opportunities to get to kings. I might use this Jack of Hearts to clone. That way I can get rid of one of those face cards. Yeah, let's do that. I don't think this is ever gonna matter, but just to be like thorough. Okay. See, this is already looking nice. That's okay. Oh, we get one more king of diamond. We can do our first flush house, which is actually very realistic here. So you've got 3 more discards and 3 hands to play. King of diamond, baby. Come on. There it is. We've got a flush house. So this is sweet. We're going to finally, so we're going to, that means we're going to unlock the opportunity to get flush houses in the planet cards, which flush houses are the second best hand, and then 5 flush is the ultimate best hand. So the flush house is going to score big. It's going to score big. You'll see what it is once we select it. Okay. Boom. 140 and 14 unupgraded. You can see here the best hand possible prior to that was the straight flush base score, 108. So it's already like a huge gain on that. And we're going to start being able to upgrade this. Now we've got the king is going to proc 3 times and the 10s are going to proc twice. So that is 7 chances at a 1 in 15 for 20. We're definitely going to hit a 1 in 5 for 20 molt. So this score will be pretty good because we've also got the steel card in play. But I'm hoping for some bankroll here. Holy shit. It's only because it's me that we have not hit a fucking plus 20 dollary dues yet. This is crazy, man. It's absolute insanity. Oh, man. This Joker's cool, but it doesn't matter for our run. There's a lot of runs where the Troubadour is really good. The Emperor is a good tarot card. You buy it, you consume it, you get 2 random tarot cards. Especially at the discount that we're going to have, it's going to be super good. I would always buy this. The Buffoon pack, I would always open the Joker pack because there could be a negative Joker in there. Even if like here we're stacked with Jokers, I'd still buy this. I mean, we're definitely going to buy this. I really want to take a gander in here. We can't risk it. We can't risk it. You see how cheap things are going to get for us now? It's going to be good. We're trending up. Things are good. All right. Good start. Yeah. You can see how like we're going to form these hands really consistently going forward because we have so many discards and we're willing to use our hands instead of our instead of like just playing the very first hand after our discards are consumed. Okay. And we need, we probably, I mean, it's not realistic for us to make a flush house every time with this setup, but it soon will be. And then we'll be at 5 flushes shortly after that. So we're almost at the flush house. We need the 10 of diamonds. Yeah, we can't make a flush 5 yet. And there's no flush 4 of a kind. Has not yet become a thing. All right, so we just got a regular flush here. But again, is good value. 95 times 12. It is... It's technically better than the straight flush at this point because, like I said, the mult and chip numbers are closer, but they're still like almost as equally big. It's literally one number difference here, but they're closer together, so it's higher value. This will score well, and we're gonna get 5 chances at the multiplier. Come on, big money. Big money, no whammies. We slammed the mult, but we did not get the money. Dude, it is crazy. This is why I bought the voucher. We're running so bad at getting the money that me buying the voucher there saved my ass big time. I would have been freaking furious. This Joker sucks. The Matador. Don't ever buy this. Yeah. Here's the to-do list. We saw this earlier. It's circled back around. This is when I would have bought it, you know. $4. You make a pair. I would have played 3 hands with a pair. Got $12. Then played my final hand. It would have been a flush with a pair. Get another $4. That's $16. And then I would have sold it. But we don't have space for it, so it doesn't make sense right now. But I'm definitely buying this Celestial pack again. And here's Ceres. So here's our flush house. We get to upgrade that. Oh, baby. So you can see how massive the big hands will become. This is already scoring better than having 2 straight flushes. It's pretty sick. All right, here's the risk. This is a really bad start. Actually, okay. Okay. You know what? We're gonna start with the flush. Let's play the spade flush. At least we'll score something pretty significant to start with. Yeah, see, we almost killed the boss with just that. So this puts us in a good spot for prospecting. All right, we're safe. The boss is about to die. Okay. Here's where we score on the 10. Here comes the plus $20. I knew it. It's like the least likely time it would hit. I knew it was gonna hit. So that's already put us at even, because we've only been chasing that lucky mult by playing hands probably like 4 rounds now, maybe 5. So if it was 5 rounds, that'd be $15 we've lost out on playing those extra hands, but we just hit $20. So you can see how those odds are going to swing in our favor big time when we have nothing but face cards, nothing but lucky face cards. It's going to be sick. Now, I just get a reroll surplus thing, so my rerolls are going to be cheaper. This is great. This is also cheap as hell because normally the vouchers cost $10, but now it's 5 because we've done the discount vouchers. So we can see our vouchers here. So it's double stacking on the discount vouchers is a great start. Usually we don't get the 50% voucher until later in the run, but it's just luck based. So that's nice. We like that a lot. Here's our first Joker that's got a buff on it. This is our half Joker. I mean, besides the negative, but negative is a reward that we got from Skip Blind. So the foil can happen on any card, and it's plus 50 chips. So if the Joker has it, it just adds plus 50 chips before it does the final tabulation. This Joker, it's like a torn card. You can see half Joker. If I only play a hand with 3 or less cards, it'll add 20 molt. It's pretty good for early runs, but it's not good for us right now. Gross Michel is a cool Joker because yeah, it's got 15 molt. It's cheap. It's a common Joker. It's got a 1 in 6 chance that it just gets destroyed after your round is done. But the reason you want this at some point is because by buying it and using it and having it get destroyed, it will unlock this other Joker that it is pretty good. It's not like the best, but it's like a super banana. It's this one, Cavendish, and it's an X3 molt and a 1 in 1,000 chance that the card is destroyed at the end of the round. So, like, only me. It'll only happen to me that card would get destroyed. But it's good and it's cheap. But you can't unlock that without buying the banana first. So, yeah. Like X3 molt is good for a while. It's the same as what that 3 of a kind trio Joker was. But again, there's like for super deep runs, probably not something you want, but it's good for getting to like ante 8 for sure. Okay, let's do we don't want any of this actually. And this is our first opportunity to do a re-roll. So we're going to buy the Hierophant because there's no reason to not. We're not going to get the blue Joker. We don't need chips right now. That's what the Hierophant will give our cards. And we don't have space for this Joker. I could start opening standard packs because they're cheap. And we're about to start hitting some money. We're about to start proccing our lucky cards. And we can take speculation chances on these standard packs now that they're heavily discounted. And so this is a good score for us. It's a diamond. It's an ace. It's got a gold seal on it, meaning whenever we play this and it's scored, it's going to give us $3. And it's got a molt bonus on it. So it's automatically got X4 or +4 molt. So this is a good score for us. It is a card that we would utilize. Also, it's a good opportunity for us because if we suddenly got Jokers that benefit having aces more than kings or face cards, we could then improve our face cards by getting strength tarot cards, which upgrade a face card 1 level. So if I had a bunch of kings in my deck like I'm starting to, I could use strength card on 2 of those at a time and turn those into aces. So there's a room to pivot there. Okay, this is also a good score. It's a red seal, which means this face card will proc twice. It's also got a holograph on it, so that means it comes with a +10 molt, and it's a jack. So it's benefiting from my face card stuff, but it's a spade, so I'd be looking to turn it into a diamond when I get the opportunity. Definitely taking that for the potential of what I can change it into. Again, we'd be doing strength card on that. We'd be doing diamond card on that. And that card right there, this jack of spades is this is the card that I want to see to strengthen and to convert into a diamond. And then I'll be looking to make copies of this more than anything else. That's my most powerful potential card at the moment. I'm going to take one more reroll. And this is actually a good card too. I like this Mystic Summit for early game Jokers. Really strong. It's when you have no more discards left, it gives you +15 molt. And as you can see, we intentionally burn through all our discards to start like making our best possible hand. So this, for me, is pretty much a guaranteed 15 molt every time I play a hand. That's not going to help us this late in the game. As you can see, we've got the Abstract Joker, which is the only thing we'd realistically be able to sell here. But we do have this Neptune that we're going to buy because we're going to always buy Celestial cards to continue to buff our Constellation Joker. All right, we're not just going to like blow through our money, but we will be spending money where it makes sense. Here's here's the upcoming boss, the wheel. I don't care about this boss. It's usually pretty cake. 1 in 7 cards get drawn face down. Because the cards will align from like highest value to lowest value across the screen, you can usually have a good indicator of what that card is. You're going to know pretty close, especially if you have more control over your deck, like you've been trimming the deck to have specific cards. You can have like a really good idea of what kind of card that is. So it's not painful. It can fuck you, but again, we have the Hierophant sitting in our inventory here. If I don't use that, or if I have another opportunity to get a tarot card like this, remember I said we can buff a card that's flipped and it'll show us what that card is. The only downside to that is if I don't know where like my super high value card is, like that Jack that's got a foil and a red seal, if that had like something that I didn't want to take away from it, that could be detrimental. This Jack, though, has no buff on it. I can't replace the seal with that Hierophant, and I can't replace the holographic, so there's no risk there. So I'd be okay. All right. Again, we're just finding our flush cards, and then we are going to then try to go for 5 flush, flush house, stuff like that. Again, this card is just super shiny and I love it, but it doesn't do anything for us right now. Okay. God, we have so many discards. It feels super weird to me. All right, this is good. We'll start playing these. Like, we don't have to worry about this score, so I'm not going to use the Hierophant just yet. I'm saving that for an opportune time. Okay. So we're going to get 3 gold. Actually, we'll get 6 gold because it's going to proc twice because of Dusk. If it was a face card, it'd be nice and proc another time, but we're good there. I just want to make sure I'm not making any mistakes. Okay. Do I get comps from the casinos for grinding this? Sorry, I saw that message sitting there, but I was in the zone. No. Okay, so the Magician here, that's a good pull. I wish. That'd be sick. I could just grind Pai-Gow for buffet vouchers all day long, right? Pai-Gow is like this. If you ever go to a casino and you're just looking to accumulate like VIP status or something, sit there and play Pai-Gow. You'll pretty much break even. You'll get like alcohol, food vouchers, all that shit. And yeah, you might have fun. Who knows? Could happen. Let's take a look at the standard packs. This King, but it's a wild card, so it's technically a diamond. The only thing that sucks about wild cards is if we're up against a boss who cancels out debuffs spades. Because it's a wild card, even if I wanted to use it as a diamond, it still gets debuffed as a spade. I don't like how that works, but sure, whatever. You guys haven't had an opportunity to see a glass card yet. So the glass card has a 1 in 4 chance of being destroyed when it's played and scored. But it has an X2 molt applied to it. Glass cards technically can end up becoming the highest scoring cards, but that's why there's a risk to them. You can also get a Joker that improves its X molt based off of how many glass cards have been destroyed. So that if you have a good opportunity to stockpile a bunch of glass cards with that Joker, it can become pretty powerful. But because it's a 4 of clubs, we're never going to play that. If it was a face card diamond, I would definitely take it. I'm actually going to pass on this The wild card just doesn't matter for us. I could take this, honestly, just because it'll give me my 5th King of Diamonds, and it could unlock my 5 flush planet card that much sooner. I don't know. But it also makes it... Yeah, I don't know. I don't really feel... Yeah, I'll take it. Okay. That's kind of a coin toss for me there. Okay. So we got a blue seal. A blue seal is a great card to leave sitting in your hand because it gives you planet cards based off of the hand that you won the round with. But it's got to be sitting in your hand. So you get this card, you slap on a steel casing to it, and then it gives you plus X 1.5 molt and the blue seal. So you never play this card, so it doesn't matter that it's a 9 of hearts. It could be anything. But you want it in your hand when you play your last hand. So we're taking that over the 9 of diamonds. Okay. And we'll reroll once. And this is great. This is free money. Okay. And let's go to the next round. Okay. God, that's gross. What a terrible start. If we didn't have so many hands to like go through, that would be a very scary draw. Okay. That's better. All right, sweet. That's what we want to see. Okay, king, king, king. Get rid of the queen. How many aces do we have? 2 versus the 110. Okay. I'm going to go for... yeah. I'm going to go for the ace. We're going to hope we get the ace of diamonds because we know we're going to score income with this. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this 10 of diamonds. We have 3 hands to get another diamond. So I'm willing to risk that. All right. We got the other diamond. So this is that was the maximum risk I was willing to take. And we ended up with the same 10. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to use the magician on the kings. Sweet. And we're not going to use the hierophant yet. It's not going to matter. Okay, so we'll have 7 chances at plus $20 dues. Let's see how many we hit. We'll get 6 gold no matter what. 20, 40. Nice. And our blue seal gave us another flush upgrade because we played a flush. Now we got monies. It's time to start scaling up. Hell yeah. Time to win. You're going to start seeing this guy get big. Okay, trash, reroll. Those don't matter. Blueprints. This is one of the best cards in the game because it makes a copy of the Joker to the right. So this is immediately replaceable. The tribe. Now I don't have to play a flush to score X2. But we will be. But the Constellation card is going to continue to get more powerful. So this is basically like me having 2 Constellation cards. And if for whatever reason I didn't want to blueprint the Constellation, I can just move the blueprint to the left of whatever card I wanted. For instance, Sock and Buskin. So I can hit face cards 3 times if I know that I don't need this extra multiplier. So like, let's say I know my score is just solid, right? So I'm going to slide the blueprint over to the left and just clean house on those luck draw cards. Now again, I could sell the abstract Joker instead of selling the tribe, and that is the better move here. But I'm just saying, like, this blueprint just completely takes over for almost any card. It's so good. So we're gonna sell the abstract Joker. Actually, no. The diamond Joker is no longer worth having because its maximum molt, actually, because they're face cards, yeah, it's gonna give more molt than the no, wait. Yeah. So the abstract Joker only applies once because it's applying per Joker card. It's not applying per card you play. The greedy Joker applies to every diamond card I play. So if I play King of Diamonds and it gets procced twice from Dusk, twice from Sock and Buskin, but then if I move the blueprint to the left of Sock and Buskin, then it gets played 3 times. So that's 5 times. That single diamond card gets 15 molt because of greedy Joker, whereas the abstract Joker gives 18 molt to the entire hand. So 15 molt to 5 cards, 5 diamonds. That's 75 molt if the blueprint Joker is to the left. So yeah, you can see how like all of this shit comes into play, and you really have to plan things out. So you have to think about it. So this is the sell, this is the buy, and we're gonna start it here. But man, like again, if we were to go after aces instead of kings, it would be disgusting because then we could use the Fibonacci, but we wouldn't get any value from Sock and Buskin. So again, you can't make like just, oh my God, I wish I could use Ballot. Ballot's one of my favorites, but it's not good later game, but it's good early. It re-triggers the first card you play twice. So again, it's trending towards the type of stuff that we're doing right now, but it really isn't super, super great right now. The hack is cool. I like that. All right. One last reroll. Good. Planet cards. Here's the card that allows you to go in debt. The credit card. That's such a sucker card. Okay. I'm going to do the math on this when we get to... All right, so we know that this is not a face card because a 10's on the left and a 7's on the right. So whatever this is, we can dump it and not worry about it. We already have our flush here. So we can really start hunting. This is good. This is goob. Okay. Aw, dang it. It was the 9 with the seal. You see, like, we've got no molt because we're not playing diamonds. So that's why those cards are scoring, like, just terribly. You can see how drastically things change when you've got stuff lined up in a weird way. All right, well, there's our wild card. That will actually come into play here, potentially. I could get rid of... Yeah. Oh, that's gross. 2 flipped cards. Here's where I can do the... Here's where I can use the Hierophant. It's gonna be exactly what I was just talking about. The only thing is I'm gonna be pissed if this is a lucky card. We know this is a king, but I can't fucking risk playing it because it... Well, let's see. It could be this king of spades. If it's that king of spades, it would absolutely skull fuck me and we'd lose. All right. King, 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 10. So we want to play these 5. And that's safe for sure. I don't think it would benefit me to use this. I think it makes more sense to use the blueprint to the left of Sock and Buskin so we can just get incredibly high mult, because it's going to proc Greedy Joker over and over and over again, and it's going to potentially hit the plus 20 mults and all of that shit. Yeah. I wish we could do like a before, like try it this way and then try it the next way on the same exact hand. I mean, you put it in a calculator or something, but we're not going to nerd out that hard. If this is that king of spades, I can't risk it. If I use the point buff on it and it's any other king, it's going to be a debuff, honestly. Yeah, so it's just a bad play. All right. This should be plenty. Why do I feel nervous about this? All right. That's good. Lots of 20 mult. Yeah, okay. Oh, I didn't get to see what that hand or that card was. I really wanted to know. All right. Okay. This is great. This is what we were talking about before. So this is a voucher that allows you to re-roll the boss. So if it's a boss that's going to really screw your build, you can re-roll it for $10. Let's start looking at what we got. Oh, this is a rare one. It's not going to be something that we like. The suit changes at the end of each round, so this could be like completely worthless to us most of the time. This is the Cardomancer is a really valuable card if you can get it early in your match, but it's not worth taking a spot for us. Also, if you had an open space and you weren't going to use one of these jokers, instead of skipping, you should take it and then instantly sell it. But we don't have an open space, so we just have to skip it. It'd be great if you could just sell without putting it in your inventory, but you can't. All right, diamonds, good. Yeah, because we want the diamonds. Oh yeah, let's take a look at our. Wait, let's take a look at the upcoming boss. First hand is drawn face down. That's not a problem. Okay. Oh yeah. So goob. Seltzer is great, but it goes away quickly. So re-trigger all cards played for the next 10 hands. Because we're intentionally burning through hands, like 3 hands, we're playing 4 hands every round. So this card will last me 2.5 rounds. Not very long, but it is powerful. Like super powerful. If you can consistently keep a seltzer, I mean, it's one of the best cards in the game. It's just, it's going to get burned through quickly. If I was playing, like, if I was only playing 1 hand per round, this is a must. An absolute must buy. But, I mean, I really want it, but it's just not, it's not going to do it for me right now. Fuzzy dice. It's not fuzzy dice. It's just called Oops All Six. Okay. They do need to make a Joker that's fuzzy dices. So this is, I've been wanting this because you can see here, and it doubles all the listed probabilities. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? If you had this Joker, but you had a lot of glass cards in your deck, the glass cards, instead of being 1 in 4 chance to be destroyed, would be 2 in 4. So 50% chance that your glass card is going to be destroyed when it scores. So if you have like stuff that's negatively impacted by this, it's going to hurt you, of course. If you've got a deck that's full of lucky cards, well, then you definitely want this thing. So this starts becoming like, okay, we've got now a 2 in 5 chance, so a 40% chance that our lucky cards are going to proc molt, 20 molt. And then how often is that going to hit based off of like Sock and Buskin plus Dusk? And if I move the blueprint to the left, so then you're starting to like really, really ramp up on getting those odds forever increased. I mean, depending on how many lucky cards we can get, we could seriously make a run at just like building a massive bankroll and getting that achievement. I'm struggling on like what I want to keep. Oh boy. Yeah, so with the increased molt based off of the probabilities hitting, we could get rid of Greedy Joker. The problem is that if we run ice cold, which we will, it's not gonna go well for us. But I'm gonna do it because it's for fun. Why wouldn't we? That's a big move, buddy. Yeah. I wonder, does Blueprint? Yeah, I didn't think it was compatible. That would have been funny as hell. Let me make sure it's compatible. Yeah, this. Okay. It's compatible with everything but the Oops All Sixes. This would have been a good card for us to generate money. I mean, we'd just be generating $1 every time we played a diamond, which is like always. But yeah, it's not necessarily worth. All right, one more reroll. Okay, a lot of bad rerolls there. All right. Okay. We've got a flush house there. That's nice. All right, let's start using this. Okay. So this is going to be really interesting. We don't have a lot of luck cards, but actually, so to make this better for us. Yep. So these bonus cards now have 30 extra chips associated with them. All right, let's see what we got. What is the score on that anyways? Okay. Yeah. Because we're playing a flush house, this should be substantial. Blueprints on the left. Okay, good. 20 mult. 20 mult. 40, 60, 80 mult. Yeah. Yeah. So as long as we're getting those like 40% mult procs to hit, it's definitely going to carry the weight of not having that greedy Joker anymore. And then we'll start to add chariot cards, but we'll also start to get more and more lucky stuff. So that is what I'm hunting right now. I'm hunting celestial cards and these lucky tarot cards, but we're not getting arcane packs. We're not getting fortunate with that. But I'm still going to look at these standards. Hopefully we can hit something nice. Oh, okay. A polychrome. Polychrome with a red seal is pretty nasty. If we can get that into a diamond and a king at that, that'll be disgusting. We definitely want this. Okay, that's a lot of bad rerolls. Oh yeah, we automatically want to use this chariot on the blue seal. That's a given. Steel card with the blue seal is fantastic to just have sitting there. Ace, king, okay. Perfect. Already got our flush house. I feel like someone's playing Mega Man. Mega Man. Okay, we'll play the 3 aces. Big money, no whammies. Oh yeah, the money is starting to come in with this guy on the left. It's pretty solid. Ah, spectral pack. Okay. Let's see what we got. Purple seal, gold seal. Okay, gold seal for sure. I would use purple seal if, yeah, I mean, I'm really liking this money stacking. I want to use the red seals and the gold seals when I get them. No, I can't use any of that. I could have taken that 10 of diamonds, but it's a blank one, and we're going to start trying to crop down. Tiny Joker, or Wee Joker. I like the 6 cents Joker if we want to get rid of the 6 cards. And you also get a spectral card, which can be really solid. Yeah. Okay. Man, our rerolls have been shit. Well, let's see what we're getting rid of. Oops. So we won't really know what we've lost. I could have played those cards, but doesn't really make much of a difference. Let's see, king. All right, well that's good to see that. Definitely like having that still. I don't know why I played that instead of discard. It's fine. Okay. All right, so we got our flush house already. Okay. Give me big monies. I wonder, it's actually better to use it on this because this is re-triggering every card. And this is only re-triggering face cards. So it's not hitting my 10s 3 times. Yeah. Until I have all face cards, it actually doesn't make a difference. When I have all face cards, it won't make a difference. While I don't have all face cards, it's better to have it on dusk. Yeah, that was a mistake on my end. See, we're learning. I'm no expert. Oh yeah. That's what I like to see. Oh, mime. So mime is great because the steel cards that I have sitting in my hand will get procced twice. Same thing with the blue seal on it. So mime becomes a card that I definitely want. And I'm going to get rid of the tribe, I think. I think we can sustain that. Because you got to think about it this way. If I have a steel card in my hand, it's going to be 1.5x plus an additional 1.5x. So I'm only losing 0.5x on this. But then if I get a second steel card in my hand, well, then it just blows this thing out of the water. And that's only considering molt. There's other factors that come into play. And this constellation is continuing to grow, putting this guy in the dust. So this is the sale. This is definitely the sale. Very nice. All right, we'll do high card. Yeah, we'll go for the flush house. This Joker is kind of interesting. It's it gains 3 molt when you skip a booster pack. So if I like open a card pack and don't want anything, I skip it, I get 3 molt. But we've pretty much got like what we're looking for. This deck that we've got, it's not going to score. It's not going to take us to like astronomical levels unless we get a lot more like molt luck cards or whatever. But that's what I'm looking for. We are super unlucky. Okay, so this is an example of when I'll use the Wheel of Fortune. And because we have the dice, it actually makes it a 50% chance to do something good. And we failed the coin toss, so standard. All right. Yeah, so you can see here, I already have one of my steel cards. So it's already like compensating for missing out on that that one Joker that I sold. I'm just gonna go ahead and kick the 6 because I know we're gonna get a diamond. We'll just make it easier. We'll start trying to progress things to get bigger and better hands. I wish, so if I move this here and then I do whatever and then we discard, it's going to shift the 9 back. I wish it would just stay, but you'll see here in a second. Yeah, so it just automatically reroutes it. You can sort the hand in different ways, right? You can do it by suit, but that's like, it's good when you're doing flushes like I am, but I like to keep it this way consistently because it trains you to look at the values and not the not just the suits. Oh man, I can't wait to use that. We need to get, we've gotten so few tarot packs. It's like the arcane packs are just stupid rare for some reason for us. Can't really figure that out. Yeah, I want to move this here just for this hand. I want to see what. That's just stupid. All right, whatever. Okay, 10-10 jack eat. All right, there's our flush house. All right, so we're going to get 2 flush house planet cards. That's going to bump this up to 3.2. Yeah, this is just, it's shaping up nicely. And we should score some good mult and some good monies. All right, we didn't get super rich there, but increasing the flush house power tremendously, and yeah, the decent income. Oh, Mega Spectral could be good. We will be playing until I die in this run, which is going to start to increase drastically. Well, the chances of me dying, because I'm no longer like really teaching while we're playing. Okay, we're pretty much going to use the seals here. This is a terrible draw of cards for me because I won't want any of these cards. This actually gives me an opportunity to convert all of these to a different rank, because I'm literally not playing any. I don't use a single one of these cards. Okay, this is going to be cool. You're going to see what I'm going to choose here. So I'm going to destroy one card, and it's going to create 4 random enhanced numbered cards. And then I'm going to change all of the cards that are in this selection here with those 4 random cards to one individual rank. We'll hope that it's a king. But if it's not, whatever it is, it'll give us a lot of that same card, and it'll allow us to go for potential like flush, like 5 of a kind, flush 5, stuff like that. It's not going to change the suit, but I can start doing that anyways, and it doesn't really change much because they'd be cards that I wouldn't be using to begin with. It's going to give me more value than just using like a single gold seal on a card that I'm never playing, because that'll never proc. The only other thing of value would be this purple seal, which I definitely could use, but then I wouldn't use any of these other things either. So it's just like weird. All right. The only card that I would convert to a diamond would be this ace or the king. So hopefully it gets rid of one of these. Gets rid of the king. That's like the only card I didn't want it to get rid of. That's disgusting. All right, let's see how lucky we get here. Oh, God. Oh, whatever, dude. That was so bad. 3s. Oh, man. That is gross. That is fucking sick. I hate you, game. Oh my god. Can't believe I just did that. Threes. Man. Okay. Well, we're gonna see a lot of threes. Okay. Bring me your threes. I guess I can move this over here for now. I mean, it's so inconsequential at this stage. Like the chips are just like so minuscule. But maybe it could matter. The glass 3. Love it. Okay. This is just a flush, so the score is going to be much lower than it was before, but we should still be pretty good. Oh my god. Slaughtered that X20 Molt. That actually would have been close. Okay, finally an arcane pack. Okay. I like the Hermit, or the Hangman here. I'd love to convert this 3 into a diamond. That's never gonna matter, though. That will never matter. There's our banana again. Ceremonial Dagger is kind of cool early, but it's fucked because like you never want it to the right. Well, actually, yeah, you got to move it after. You got to move it around a lot. Like you could forget to move this and it could destroy like one of your best cards. Ugh. All right, here's the one. All cards are considered face cards. So this card can be huge with something like Sock and Buskin if you were, you know, like using other cards that weren't face cards. This can't really fit in our deck with what we've got. It'd be great to have it as a negative, but we don't have that opportunity. Butterbean has challenged Jake Paul. I'm sure he has. How old is Butterbean now? He's got to be like 60. So that smiley face card is typically good in the face card runs. It's any face card gives 5 molt, and it would have been like, let's see, it would have hit a lot, but I would have had to sell something. I probably would have had to sell Mime, and it might be worth it. But again, it's all about like I need to get my hands with the buff, the lucky buff. So I'm hoping to get that in these rerolls. Oh, strength is good though. We want that for sure. Just can't fucking get what I want. But this is why the income is so... Oh, forces one card to always be selected. Yeah, this can be problematic, but let's roll the dice. Don't like to see that off the rip. Okay. Yeah, since I can't deselect that king, let's go for it. Do I want to go? Yeah. Okay. We'll do, that's not gonna matter. That won't matter. That won't matter. This is the only thing that will matter. I mean, we're easily going to beat the boss, but I'm trying to make value here. God, why can't you be highlighted? Oh. I definitely can't upgrade the strength on the ace. It'll turn it into a 2. So that's gross. How do I want to play this? I think I want to use this as a discard. Yikes. Alright, finally it's select one I want to get rid of. Alright, diamond, diamond, diamond. Okay. Dude, I swore I just had this thing. Alright, well, you've got a flush sitting there, so that's good. The only thing we want to avoid is whatever it selects. Okay. I think we have to play the flush right now. And it's just not gonna... We're not gonna utilize Dusk here. Unless we're forced to. Retrigger face card, that would only do the jack. Yeah, it's still in the right place, so we have to play this. This should get us out of the boss round though. Yeah, okay. We win! Alright, so we just defeated the official run. Now we're gonna play an endless mode, and it's just gonna ramp up and slaughter us. Oh, nice. It's a glow up. And we get 2 arcane packs immediately. Where have you been all my life? Been waiting for you guys. Okay. Alright, so we'll do this, y'all. Chariot, that's nice. Yes, a negative. This is good. This is good income. It's we discard so many, so its card changes. So next round we'll get $5 for every 10 we discard. Also, man, it would have been really cool if this one had some kind of foil or polychrome effect on it. That would have been sweet. Okay. The blueprint getting the polychrome, it's good for now. But if we move it over to in between dusk, it'll actually still be great in that position. Yeah, that was good. I should have put that wild card on the Joker with the, or the Queen with the red stamp, but I would eventually want it to be a diamond anyways, so. Okay. Feels like our hand size shrunk one. I don't like that. Oh yeah, the discarding 10s. I wasn't even thinking about that. Okay. I mean, this... Do I want to discard this 10? Yeah, I'll just take the guaranteed money. Alright, here we go. Strength up that. And... we'll go ahead and strength... yeah... There's our deck here. How many jacks? Okay, we'll bump the jack up. I should not have played that that 3 of diamonds. I didn't realize it was a diamond. It's a gold card and I didn't pay attention to it. I've got to play this jack of spades because we have to pick up a diamond here. Whew. I seriously almost like really fucked this up. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's all gonna be, I think it's all gonna win no matter what, but I just want to hit this guy. Yeah. Yeah, I need to hit those molt numbers for that X molt to even matter. We need these arcane packs so bad. Fuck, man, I just can't get what I'm looking for. Okay. Man, at this point, I'm taking this fucking wheel. Okay, that's good. That's molt. Okay, I like that. Which also means that I'm moving this over here. Fuck. Okay, death is cool. But Emperor could give me 2. I mean, it's so hard to move away from death. Yeah, I can't. I can't do that. Let me get rid of this 5 instead of the 3. We could still play like 5 of a kind with random 3s. Okay. I usually like hologram if I'm adding cards to a deck, but the fact that it doesn't count like cards that have already been added is kind of brutal. This Madness Joker is dog shit. All right, let's see. Next round. Okay. Actually, yeah, let's just play this. Oh wait, what am I doing? Yeah, let's do this. I was hoping that would give me just randomly hit a $20 reduce. All right, we'll destroy these two. Very nice. Man, why does it feel like we're one card short? I don't understand. This is another gross setup. I'm getting like really shitty draws. Okay. I think we actually lose this if I don't hit hard on this this King of Diamonds here. I mean, fuck it. Time to go to sleep. Okay. Yeah, when I saw the 20 molt hit twice, I figured we were safe. Splash? No, it's trash. Splash is trash. Okay. Nice, but I can't fucking use Magician on this crap. I mean, these two, but shit. I'm gonna use it. Yeah, I need it on the face card. It makes more sense. I'll use it on the 10 since I have another one of those and I can turn it into a face card. Wish I could have taken that strength card too. That's sick. Red card was like on the left and I re-rolled it and it went to the right. Okay. Damn you, red card. I'm gonna play this so I can see. Oh wait, no, I can't. I'm playing those blind if I continue to play hands. Oh fuck, yeah. We gotta really stack this up. Give me a flush house, please. Okay. Finally. We want that. This is actually. I'm gonna play these two. No, play the 10. Okay, here we go. Oh, that didn't give me any molt. That was scary. Oh, Invisible Joker. I love this card. After 2 rounds, sell this Joker to duplicate a random Joker. This card has so much potential. God. There's just no way I can fucking get away with that. Man, would that be sick. what could I possibly sell? I mean, I can't sell a negative. That just makes no sense. I wish I could get this in my roster. That would be disgusting. Yeah, I can't. There's just nothing I can do. Would be cool. There's the Glass Joker. The Glass Joker is retroactive, I think, which is what makes it like one of the really good ones. Yeah, skip that. Destroy one random card in your hand. Add 3 random enhanced face cards. That would be great if there weren't like 4 really good cards here. Do I want to do this? 1 and 3 enhanced. Yeah, this is worth the risk. Just don't be the fucking 9. Oh, thank God. That was a good trade for sure. It did get the best card. I like. I wish I get this early. This is a great way to build some strong cards, and then if like you get like, let's say you just get what you want immediately, then you can sell it and then just start trying to make copies of that card before this thing just continues to fill your deck with shit. Yeah, especially with it being a molt. That would have been nice to have for sure. Yes, Magician. Fuck yeah. Yeah, boy. Alright, we want that Hangman. Alright, I'm not going to re-roll because I need to use these two. So, yeah. Anything that I could see there would just be taunting me. Okay. Very nice. Yeah, I'll just play this and get money. Why not? Okay. Oh, what are we discarding? 3s? Okay. Well, that's nice. Because I sure have plenty of 3s. Alright, this is kind of what I wanted to see here. Okay. Nice. Oh, this is good. This is good. So I am not going to use the flush. Should I? Let's see. Flush is 155. It's 20. Man, the flush house is just so much more powerful. It'd be super greedy. Couldn't risk it. That would have just been stupid. Big money, no whammies. Oh, the hack Joker. I love it. Egg is one of my faves early on. All right. Oh, yeah, we're starting a trend. Let's do this. The money is going to start flowing. There he is. The Baron. Each king held in hand gives... We had initially wanted to put this guy in our deck. So let's think about how we can pull this off. So if I dump the Baron, or if I dump Sock and Buskin, I'm still getting the double trigger with Dusk. I'm getting the double. See, the only problem is, man, how many kings do I have right now? 10. Man. There's so much potential with that. Just trying to think. It's like how many times will I end up with kings just sitting in my hand? I'm trying to think. I'm more, you know what? Let's just go for the fucking bankroll. It sucks to pass on that guy, but I'm just gonna go for the 400. Ooh, greedy Joker with polychrome, man. I mean, that would definitely be nice for us. The polychrome might change things here. Oh, man. Just can't really justify selling. We're having so much fun. There's a smiley face with the molt. That would have been sick. Alright. I'm going to stop spending on rerolls and go for the 400 bankroll now. What's the discard? 4? Okay. It's kind of gross to pass on the Baron. Kind of insane. This jack. What is this shit? Forgot I took the wild jack. Seems pointless. I want to discard that for. Alright, it's not a flush house. Alright, let's hit big. Oh, man. Wait. What? Did I just play a king off? What? How did I end up with 4 of a kind? Did I not select something? Or was that king? What? I gotta watch that. What? How did I just fuck that up? I thought I played a flush. Did I play something offsuit? What just happened? I must have like misclicked or misread something. Holy shit. No wonder the score was weird. Ah, no negative joker. Boo. Alright. Hermit. Man, we haven't seen many Empress at all. Okay, let's just get... Actually, no, I don't want to use my Hangman there. Fuck it. Take some money. Alright, I'm only going to stop the rerolls when I have the 2 slots full. So that's good. I cannot believe I just played 4 of a kind. I can't wait to watch that replay and see what the fuck happened. That was crazy. What timestamp? Like 4 hours? Okay. Okay. Playing a high card sets money to 0. Oh no. I gotta watch out for that. So I'm gonna get rid of my hands first, and then I'm gonna do discards. That's the only safe way for me to do this. The only safe way. Okay. I wish I knew what I fucked up the last time. That was so weird. King. Okay. Just have to discard those. Damn you, Queen. Okay. So, is it going to take priority to do 4 of a kind? It does. So I didn't fuck up. I did play a flush, but it takes priority because 4 of a kind is considered a higher hand. What is it? What if it's my ranking of it too? It's... Oh, man. I think this still outscores it because of the 22 mult. Okay, what? Weird. I was trying to figure out how that fucked up, but... Alright. Here's the thing. I am going to clone this 9. Yeah. This is fucked. Oh man, I fucked this up so hard by cloning that 9 instead of the fucking king. Why did I do that? I forgot that it's gonna play the 4 of a kind. Is this enough? 4 of a kind. I'm getting tired, that's for sure. Okay. I just gotta believe. The problem is, I have to play a hand, or it's gonna set my money to 0. I have to set the money to 0. Oh god damn it! It did make a difference. That's disgusting. I took a chance, but I had to get to 1 hand. So I had to play a hand, and I couldn't get rid of any kings, and I kept this, so that was good. Yeah. Okay. I mean, playing this extra card doesn't make a difference. It's not going to play in the value. Oh. I need to make the money back. Yeah, I didn't make much money, is there? Alright. Well, shit. We're probably not just going to play flush anymore. So 4 of a kind actually makes more sense. Because if I don't land a flush house or a flush 5, it's going to be 4 of a kind, most likely. Hey, there's my joker for free. Free, planetary cards. Ah, I love this card. Trading card's so good. All right. Bastards. Okay. Oh. Took a big jump on the old scoreboard there. Oh yeah. Well, I do want to discard this queen, but let's get rid of these 2. Okay. All right. How many more kings? 4, king of diamonds. All right, let's take some chances. Fuck, man. I just can't get what I need. All right, this is gonna be. I think this is the death blow. I am just going for money here, though. So let's see. Yep. Okay. That's a good one. We could have, we actually ran into the boss that fucked my money run. That's so funny. But if that was the goal from the outright, we could get to 400. I was just spending a lot trying to make my run even better and better. But yeah, that's a good game. It will never take you this long during a run. I was just spending a lot of time talking. Fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Nice, boring, something to have on the TV or whatnot. Obviously, not a whole lot of action, but I wanted to share this game with you guys because I think it's really fun, and it's great for something like the Steam Deck or a handheld. I really hope they put this game on mobile devices because it's absolutely perfect for it, and it'd be great to just pick it up, put it in your pocket, play it for 5 minutes, turn it off, come back to it later. Like, persistent save states would be awesome. All right, we will be signing off. I will see you guys later. Peace. Good night.